Good evening, guys. Welcome to another Saturday evening. And I have my cup of tea for a change. I had too much coffee today, so tea it is. 5 in the house. Feel free to put a comment in the chat so I know who you guys are. We wait a couple of more minutes and now wait until more people join the stream. And feel free to share the stream out. That is something I would appreciate. Peppermint and licorice tea. Hey, Shannon, good to see you. Okay, Tammy, no problem. No problem. I don't have anything to do anyway, so this Easter, so here we are. But it's good to see you anyway, Tammy. You're drinking a lemongrass tea. Okay, that's good. I have some honey in my tea and some lemon juice too. It is a good flavor to it. So we wait a couple of more minutes and wait. And so, we have Preparedness Veteran in the house. Good to see you, brother. And as a reminder, the link to the StreamYard link is pinned in the top of the chat, as usual. And you know, Preparedness Veteran, you know the drill. Just click the link and join me up here, buddy. And thanks for the reminder. A thumbs up will help a lot too. Hey, Nancy, good to see you. Our treasured home. Good to see you. Dear Love Survival, good to see you too, brother. Deo, Deo, here I come and wanna go home. Okay. But anyway. Hey, PB, good to see you.
Hey, Shadow, how are you doing? Okay?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yep. Yeah, so how you going on, right?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
We've got The Real Love Survival in the house. A couple of others, Our Treasured Home.
Yep.
Shannon Barrett, Rebel Canners. Darren Dobson.
Yeah, he was in earlier, actually, 4:31 he was in.
Right.
And put a comment.
Good. Just happy Easter, everybody. I've started my eggs already. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Bear with me.
Yeah, no problem. PB got 2 seconds. Four days no smoking. That's good. The first 3 days are a nightmare, but you're on the 4th. You will do just fine.
Righto. Yeah. The Real Life Survival. He's stopped smoking. 4 days. That's good stuff. A lot of people.
Yeah, 4 days no smoking. The first 3 days is a nightmare, basically.
I found the first 8 weeks were bad for me. Yeah, it's for a lot of people don't know, and unless they actually smoked or have smoked, how hard it is to actually stop and continue it, and it takes hats off to everyone who stops. It takes a lot of willpower and effort. So yeah, good on you, Costa.
Hey, Sandy. Good to see you.
Hey, Sandy's Serenity Corner. How are you doing?
The worst thing you can stop quitting is snuff. That's a total nightmare. Yeah.
Right. I've never tried that.
No, I can tell you, it's harder to quit and to use snuff. That is much harder for one reason. It's easier to just quit smoking than quit with snuff. Okay, for one reason, snuff contains more nicotine in it, so and you get addicted. The addiction to snuff is even worse than smoking. I can tell you that because I've done both. So.
Right. So you've completely stopped Shadow.
Yep.
Oh, nice. Good one.
A long time ago.
Right. You're better off. Anyone out there, you're better off not starting, folks. Oh God.
Half-wit. Good to see you, and good evening, and happy Easter to you, half-wit.
Hello, half-wit.
Happy Easter to you. We have Samson Expert in the house. Good to see you.
Samson Expert, how you doing? Yeah, any habit or addiction is it's just best not to go there.
I agree with that.
Yeah, especially, I mean, the price of cigarettes here is completely outrageous. We're talking some brands of cigarette here, £20 for 20. On average, they're about £12 to £15. It's really, I can't believe how many people actually can afford it, really.
But anyway, we have a great topic for today. How to find spare parts in a Shtf scenario, which can be really tricky, in my opinion, but you can find them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a... I can imagine this is something that everyone would do at some point, and especially the longer term, the longer the scenario goes on, the more you'll need to go out and get spares, repairs, cannibalize things, improvise things, and because we can't all keep, prepare, and store everything that we want or need. Yeah, it's impossible for most people. It's a real.
You can only store a certain amount of spare parts, or
it's a real challenge. I mean,
and sooner or later you run out of spare parts, and you need sooner or later go out and find it.
I mean, we can't all. For one, space is an issue, and two, the cost of buying. I mean, people come out with these generic sayings, two is one is none, all this sort of stuff. But you got to prioritize, and you can't do that with everything. I'd like to have two cars just in case one breaks down. I'd like to have two sets of spare tires or everything. It's just impractical, impossible in some cases. So people got to prioritize, what, start off with the basics of life support, food, water, shelter, all that sort of stuff. And, people can have spare first aid kits and spare packs for their first aid kits, spare bandages and all this sort of stuff, and the consumables based on the timeline that people are going to project themselves out to survive with. So, I mean, I suggest any prepper out there, the bare minimum would be, I don't know, a ballpark figure of 2 weeks, for instance. If you got other plans like just evacuating, then whatever the duration of your evacuation route is, or your bug out route, fine. Then once you get to your new location, hey, CR's in the house.
Hey, CR, good to see you, and happy Easter to you, brother.
Yeah, happy Easter, CR. We're awaiting some excellent sarcasm there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we'd all like to have all these spare parts dotted around, but people have got to really real world stuff prioritize what they're going to have and get down to the importance of selection, really, as to what they're going to store and stuff like this. I mean, so if you're talking about how to find spare parts, I would suggest it starts now. The system in which how to find them starts now. So yeah, he says, "See, I started already." He said, "I'll crack under pressure." Keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Yeah, that makes the stream even more fun.
So, but I'd suggest, as with everything, start now in the sort of the spare parts scenario, because I'll tell you why now. So, whatever event people are going to prepare for, in my sort of systematic view, I would say prepare for the worst case scenario that you're likely to be faced. So, and then, how long's that scenario going to last for? You want to prepare for a scenario that's going to last a long time so that you covered most bases. But obviously, as we said, we're restricted, most real people, to what we can store, the amount of space you can store, and the cost of buying all those spares and the availability of them. So, when I said we should start now, we should look at you should be identifying sources of potential spares now, and you can get the good old map out, good old paper map, write lists down, what you're likely to have and what you're likely to need, and then identify the locations of where you're going to get those, limit the radius of search and travel to get those spare parts down to a realistic sort of time duration to get there. So it could be 3 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles max, I'd say. If the world around you is starting to crack and everything's kicking off and people are rioting and everything's getting destroyed and you've got looters going around, the last thing you want to do, hey, the collector,
That's Guardian.
Is that Guardian, is it?
Yeah, it's Guardian.
It clicked as soon
Hey,
as I
Guardian,
saw it.
good to see you, brother.
Yeah, so
good evening, gentlemen. How you doing? Are you well?
Yeah, good. You all right?
Good. Happy Easter to all, for those who it applies to, and hope that you're having a lovely long weekend to others as well.
Yeah, good. So, what I'm saying is, so the search for spares starts now. So get a good old paper map out, identify the likely resources you would need, the spare parts you would likely need in a long-term sort of scenario. The last thing you want to do is, you want to limit yourself to a certain area, say maximum 10 miles, very maximum, even less than that, 1 to 3 miles, probably realistically, because the last thing you want to do is start going out on the streets, driving on the streets, making yourself more vulnerable when everything else is kicking off around you and you're exposing yourself to more danger than good, unless it's a critical component. So I'd say, identify the locations now, identify the resources now. So, for instance, if you've got a generator and you can't afford to buy 2 generators or 3 generators, for instance, you want spares for that generator to make it last a long time. Let's say it runs on propane gas, for instance, because a lot of people have propane gas conversions for their generators. You could identify now the places which hold propane gas bottles. They could be petrol garages, camping stores, some shopping outlets do them. So, you can ring them on the map, identify those. Likewise, other places like fuel reserves or where to find water, for instance, or various other key components that critical to your sustainment of your situation. So identify them on the map. Fine. Pre-requiem is no good just ringing, putting a circle around somewhere on the map. Go to these places, if it's in a shopping location, for instance, let's talk about the propane gas bottle scenario. So it's they've got a cage full of propane gas bottles. That's a cost necessity for safety. Most stores do. Out the back in the open air. So you go to the store, have a quick look, recce the place, identify, routes to that place. How easy is it to get to? How, what sort of security is on that? Is it got a massive padlock on there that's never going to be broken with the tools you have, for instance? So pre-recce the locations. You're not doing anything sinister. Don't start roaming around at night in the prowling around looking for these things. Just do it discreetly. Keep your eyes and ears open. But the key thing is when it goes down, be prepared for the long term. Know where these key resources are. Know how to get them, where to get them, how long it's going to take you to get them. Do you need more than 2 people there? Are the items heavy? You're going to need a cart, a bigger vehicle, and so on and so on. But identify these sort of things early, better than later. And once it's done, it's done. And every now and then you can just keep your eyes open as to has the situation changed for the storage of that item, for instance. If it has, fine. Update your sort of memory banks. Let everyone in your group know. Let's say you don't want to be sort of overtly sinister about this thing. You're just doing it a sensible way. If anyone's seen the series called The Last of Us, there's a guy in one of the episodes there. As soon as the town is evacuated, he goes straight to the gas storage facility, fills up all his gas bottles because he's pre-recorded them. He knows they're there. He knows what he needs. Brings them back to his place, and he can start on the next sort of thing that he needs, really. So you got to do that if you're going to carry out those sort of actions, the pre-recorded actions, like store up or bolster up your supplies. Even the shops, you could go to. I was talking to Shadow last week about a big solar storm impacting Earth, and the warning is essential. So as soon as you warn to the fact that something big and disruptive for a long period of time is going to hit you, go out to your store and get what you want there and then before the hordes kick in, if you're in that position. So yeah, that's an element of being pre-recorded stuff. It's not necessarily a spare part scenario, but it's that sort of element we're talking about. So they're sort of a pre-arranged thing. It's a golden period of time in which you know what's coming. The rest may not know what's coming. Before the first wave of chaos breaks out would be a key time. Or
hey, Glock and Roll, good to see you.
Hey, Glock and Roll. After that, then the clock is really ticking if we're talking long term, because not only are in-place resources already start to dwindle because people have stolen them, looted them, raided them, etc., but they're starting to deteriorate now over time. So you've got this golden era of deterioration. But this is all pre-thought out stuff, really. When if you need a spare part for something you haven't envisaged failing, and we can't think about everything, we can't cover all bases. It becomes a full-time job. You then start to, the reasons for you going out to find spare parts would probably depend on something that's failed. So a key component in your generator might have failed, for instance, or your inverter for your solar panel array might have blown up, because they don't last forever. Some of them are quite internally, some of them are quite cheap and nasty, and they are fragile. Someone could have, spilt some liquid on it, for instance, and it's blown. So then you got to then identify a place that you're going to go around hunting for a solar controller, for instance, or an inverter. So replacement parts for critical items or for future projects that you've got planned up, they're that's a key thing to that will instigate this sort of thing. And then essential life-saving equipment or medication. It's not just a case of going out finding spark plugs and bits of tires, and this sort of thing. Medication, for instance, hopefully everyone should know where their pharmacy and hospitals are. I'm not saying raid them at the first indication of SHTF, but you should at least know where to get hold of key life-saving equipment or medication. And the other probably key indicator would be parts that have been damaged. Like I say, someone might have had an accident or broken an item, or they might have damaged the generator through not knowing how to work it properly, or lack of instruction, lack of training. So yeah, I mean, it's quite a
Rock and Roll is stuck up on extra filters and oils for his equipment.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I do. I've got I always have 3 sets of filters and at least one set. In fact, I have one oil change set ready to go at all times to my diesel generator and engine.
Yeah,
I mean,
Shannon has a good point here as well. Stuck up on bicycle parts.
Yeah, so that's
I don't
a key.
have a car or anything because I can't afford one, and it's
Right.
too expensive to have a car. So I have a bike. So
yeah, definitely.
Bicycle parts is a good thing to stock up on.
Yeah.
Thanks for that reminder. I need that one.
That's what I do as well. I've got 2 bikes and we've got spare inner tubes, spare tires. I haven't got any spare chains. I've got spare oars and stuff like that. But like I said, you can't think of everything. But if people have got bikes, for instance, at least know where the bike shop is, or where people park their bikes, or where there's a pool of bikes you can have access to. There's a fine line between, and this is quite a key part of finding things, is a fine line between looting and scavenging.
Yeah, it is a huge difference.
It's okay identifying a place where there's loads of bikes in case you have gone through all your inner tubes or you've broken a couple of chains, but going to the place where the pool of bikes are and they're all padlocked up next to the train station, for instance, is okay, but someone else, be aware of other people. So when you and that's an example there of a predetermined sort of part. So if you've got a bike, at some point you may have to get spares for that bike. But
Avoid shopping malls in SHTF. Yeah, you should.
Yeah. So the location in which you're going to attempt to get any spares should be looked at.
Thank you, Nick, for them to be a member of my channel. I appreciate
nice
that.
one, Nick. Yeah, the location should be a key thing to think about. There's various places you want to avoid because, shopping malls, for instance, they're one of the first places that gets raided and picked over straight away. There's nothing better for as soon as any indication that anything is going to kick off in society, the lowlifes of the world tend to view it as a green ticket to go to certain places like shopping malls, government buildings, and taking their anger out on places, or thinking that it's a free ticket to take what they want because it doesn't matter. Big company syndrome. They can afford to take the hit on me going to one store and raiding it, for instance. So shopping malls, you got to be very wary of. Be prepared to encounter other people. be prepared to get into arguments, confrontations, altercations, and stuff like this. And if you're going to do that sort of thing, then you should not stand out from the crowd. You got to at least blend in with the rest of the looters if you're going to loot. I'm not saying go and loot. I'm just pointing out some key points. Disclaimer.
Yeah.
So, there's other places. If you have to resort to go into a shopping mall to get spare parts, then you probably failed in your preps at some point beforehand, because it's an obvious location that's going to be picked over first. You're literally picking up the scraps, really. So methods, pre-arrange these things, look out for locations and stuff like that, make a list of what you need. So let's say, let's take the generator scenario again for a start off. It's a nice simple one. So generator scenario, it's a simple object, and make a list of the potential items that could break, the potential items you need to maintain it and run it. So apart from fuel, we're talking about oil, to do an oil change, filters. Filters are relatively cheap, but it's always a good idea to know where to get them from. Spark plugs, the right spark plug, the right size of spark plug. The pull cords for generators, they can often snap and break. And if you haven't got a spare pull cord, then you're going to have to be sort of making one out of paracord or whatever string you've got. So you can quite easily make a list for that generator. And you could even go as far as, when it comes to do your monthly preps or your regular preps for that particular item, and in this case a generator, make a little sleeve, plastic sleeve for that generator. Write some instructions for that generator, and in that sleeve put down.
Welcome, Prepper for the Ages. Good to see you, ma'am.
Hello, Prepper for the Ages. And in that sleeve, put down, not only the instructions how to operate it in simple terms, because it might not be you that's doing it, but also put in there the potential spares you need. And over time, as you get to fire the generator up and use it, you'll know what could potentially break and the vulnerabilities of it. So you can identify those places quite early on. The problem in this day and age is unique items. I mean, generator isn't necessarily unique. You could argue it is, because it's not available in most sort of high street general stores. But the spare parts for that generator are quite unique. And in this day and age, the only sort of real place you can get them from would be online. And that can become a real problem these days. And especially here in Britain, we've lost the small DIY store that sells everything you ever need. We've lost all these little shops. It's more the case now of the big supermarkets, the big shopping malls. So where do you get them from? It's a real thing to think about. Chainsaws, again, spare chainsaw chains, stuff like that. Where are you going to get a spare chainsaw chain? I mean, here, I can't think of anywhere within 3 miles of my location that has got a spare chainsaw chain, for instance. So it's an online job. So, thinking about things like that beforehand will enable you to either get a supply of chainsaw chains or identify where to get them from locally early on. So the
Prepper for the Ages says, I just broke off the axle of my wheelbarrow.
Right.
Oh, man, that sucks.
Key example there, see? So SHTF's gone down, you've broken the axle off your wheelbarrow. How are you going to get the spare for that? Now, that's a difficult one. You could probably make one
You can make one from an iron pipe
Yeah.
or something.
But then again, you know, you've got the spare part. Say you've managed to go and source an iron pipe or whatever, but you've got to have the knowledge and skills to make and fit and repair the object. This is where, you know, think skills to have. You know, Bob, for instance, I'm envious of Bob who can weld. Welding is a key skill. Woodworking is a key skill.
Yeah, I was going to say woodwork, because with carpentry and woodwork, you can essentially make a wheelbarrow. I mean, it's not going to be as hardy as another one, but you could make a makeshift wheelbarrow. It's very simple, you know, tool to make.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you can make a new axle made of wood, but you need to choose a wood that is hard enough.
Preferably, yeah. And not just that, but look, when you were speaking about location, that's a brilliant point to make. Location's obviously such a key element to all of this. If you understand where human beings are, there'll be spare parts, right? For the most part, like where people were, essentially.
Yeah.
Also, if you're close enough, not everybody is, but if you're close enough to a beach or rivers, if you can be like by a river mouth or certain beaches, and you can find these beaches close to your area now already, if they are available, and they get washed up. A lot of stuff gets washed up on certain beaches more than others, and you'll be surprised what you can attain and find. And I'm being very serious when I say this. Like, try and do so now. CR mentioned something too, is already be proactive. Start already having that type of mindset. Something that CR encouraged me to do is wherever I am, always look for things like, for spare things. The other day we found a clippers, shears, just by like the side of a little campfire that was there. So obviously somebody had been opening a can and stuff with him and cooking in the can right there in the middle of the bush as well. So it's just, location's extremely important, and beaches, and just familiarize yourself with the correct locations already.
Yeah, beaches definitely. I can remember. There's nothing like I've lived next to the coast nearly all my life, and it's amazing what you find on the beaches. Every day is a different day, and it's an exciting life to do because you can just beach comb every day and you'll find something different. It's definitely. Bins as well, you know, skips, bins, dumpsters, refuse sites. If you're close to those sorts of places, but bins definitely. It's amazing what people throw out. Absolutely amazing. It's sometimes it's beyond belief what people actually throw out, but identifying those places and where people put things, stuff like that, is definitely key. But if you once you made a list, so we're going back to the scenario of make a list, put it next to or in the folder on the generator, for instance, so you know what to get and the potential things you need. Because like I said before, it might not be you that goes to get this thing. You could be injured or out of the game. It might be someone else in your group or family member, if the situation permits. So when you're actually going to do this sort of thing, I'll suggest to people, you don't just head straight out the door with your map, crack on. You've got to formulate some sort of plan, because then you could be in a scenario now where, rule of law is going out the window. Anything goes. And if you're going to get a key item and someone else is going for that same key item and you both encounter each other at the same time, who's going to get it? You're going to start fighting over this thing. Then it starts to get nasty, and if the health system's gone down, there's no emergency healthcare, then you're going to risk sort of long-term injury, critical injury, getting the item that you need or want. So I would suggest, you've already done your pre-recceing of resources in your local immediate area. Recce the area first. You don't necessarily have to go out and get it that day. You could go one day, recce the area, sit there and observe, and then sort of go in for the move, if you like. But go out knowing where you're going, what you're likely to encounter, the situation on the ground, recce the area for safety, take some form of communication with you, I'd suggest. your radio, so your radio plan out on the ground with you. So if anything does happen to you, the rest of your group knows what's happened to you. They can come out and aid you or assist you. An off-grid means of comms. I'm talking about localized radio with some form of security built into that radio. There's various methods. Use of scouts, for instance. You gradually get to people, you know, if you're in a situation where the scenario you're in, you can actually talk to neighbors or whatever. Word of mouth goes a long way as well. Knowing what the situation on the ground is a key element. So don't just go out and just head charge into where you're going to go and hope for the best and say to people, you know, if anything happens, we're going to retreat to this location. It's got, think about you're in a situation of vulnerability, so you got to have a sort of a comprehensive plan as to what you're going to go and get, where to get it, how you're going to do it, and all this sort of stuff. But also, when you go out there, two things to think about is whatever you're going to go and get and salvage, take the relevant PPE, protective equipment, to get that item. So, and the tools to do it with. So go out there with the spanners and the cutters or whatever you need to get the bit of wire you need or whatever. Wear the goggles, wear the gloves. Last thing you want to do is start shearing off bits of metal or dismantling things and then cutting yourself on rusty bits of metal with no sort of medical backup. It's gone. And have the proper tools to do it. So minimum pair of gloves, pair of protective glasses. What, you know, your eyes, 70 to 90% of the information we process is through our eyes. You start damaging your eyes in SHTF, and you just start to become
you will
a bit
have
baggy.
Serious problem if you get blind.
Yeah.
So another element to it as well is transportation. If you do enough research and find a good mode of transportation from preferably a reliable manufacturer, one that it's a form of transport that has interchangeable parts at times as well, and also understand how to be a little bit of a side road wrencher if you need to as well. Have a form of transport that can pretty much fit like within various locations that might be tight squeezes. So preferably one that's thin, so 2 wheels might be beneficial. Then have a form of transport that can go within the jungle as well, so that you can go throughout various modes of terrain, various terrains as well, and one that you can travel on the long road with if you kind of needed to as well. So an adventure motorcycle of like a high CC is actually one that I specifically took the longest time. It took me 7 years to save up for my Honda Transalp. And the reason why I got that adventure motorcycle is because I've been a prepper forever. It was all about prepping and having the capability to scout out there and to use the motorcycle, as it's extremely reliable. And that is the reason why I use the motorcycle till today as my main form of transport. And you can use pretty much a motorcycle from any branch if you wanted to. Not everybody's able to ride motorcycles, but if you can, you're absolutely going to have such a big advantage when it comes to things as well. Also get one that's preferably quiet. And then what you can do is you can go even further and get yourself an exhaust, preferably that is very, very quiet. You do get much more quiet exhaust as well. So just think about these type of things, forms of transport and locations, obviously. But yeah, if you can patrol, get on the river, if you can get on the water and get out there from people in the beginning so that you can go, you know, and find spare parts more easily too, via the rivers and via the parts too. Thank you very much, CR. If you can have like a source of transport in that manner, you're also well away. But yeah, having capability to transport yourself and making sure that you can scout out. In certain circumstances, a light one, a certain like 125cc bike can also be really good. Like a small scrambler can be amazing. Don't get me wrong. Having like a little, even like a 50cc bike, just so that you can quickly nip around, or bicycle, obviously, as we've spoken about before. But I like the idea of having a motor at all times, because then I can, you know, get away from things much faster.
Yeah, I got to say,
Carl says I picked the easiest 70s truck, or should I say lorry here, to find parts for IKEA 1972 to 1993, interchangeable parts in most cases, and then pack the empty panel spaces with spares. Good idea.
Yeah, picking some vehicle or equipment that has easy access to parts is definitely a good key move. That is definitely a good move. Yeah, it's interesting on the bike scenario. There, I mean, bikes are a lot more, like you say, you can get to places where
They are more versatile. You can
you can just
get
not
on
even
places on roads that you can't get on with a car.
Yeah.
So
go off road quite easy with the right bike, I suppose. Yeah, I've never had a bike. I wouldn't have trusted myself. If I had a bike, I wouldn't be here now. I've restricted myself to push bikes so far, but not not to say a good stealth bike with electric bikes. Some of these electric bikes now,
if you had an electric bike with a good solar setup as well,
yeah.
The idea for the longest time that I've wanted so badly is that setup. Having an electric bike with a good solar panel and a rugged enough motorcycle, you could go forever, essentially, right? You realize what I mean? Like, how amazing could that be? Like a rugged setup, a rugged solar setup.
Talk about that Rokon bike.
Yeah, like a Rokon. That's not so much solar, but that's more like the gas bike, like the petrol bikes. But man, Rokons are amazing.
Rokon.
Yeah, Rokon. Oh man,
I've never heard of those. What are they then?
So Shadow, bring up Rokon. The Americans that are around as well, my American friends will definitely be familiar with the Rokon. It's very much an American styled all-terrain. It's the best two-wheeled motorcycle that you can ever have for any. In fact, there's a Rokon Prepper version of the bike. Bring up the Rokon Prepper.
Is this the camouflage green one? That is it a petrol one?
Yeah, it's petrol. But the thing is, the very interesting part is the petrol. You can actually store petrol for long trips. You can store petrol in the tires.
Oh, right.
It's it's a ridiculously well made. It's as you can expect from American design.
While you're searching for that, I just answered Daryl's question there. Should we buy a spare CB radio? Absolutely, yes. CB radios in my book are absolutely brilliant because the frequency they're at, the range they can offer you, the power that's needed to power them is just any car battery. You scavenge those in 10 a penny. And the size of CB radios now are just so small that why not? Yes. Rokon. No. I was checking out some electric bikes earlier on the week, and some of these now have got a 250 to 300 mile range. And that's just unbelievable. First time I saw an electric bike, I was on the hills, up in the mountains, and some bloke was cycling past me up this quite a steep hill. I couldn't believe it, and he said he got 50 miles out of this thing.
I think I found a picture of it, but I'm not sure if that is the bike, but. Is it this type of bike?
Bigger?
No. I'll actually post a direct link so that you can see. I'm going to give you in the private chat. I'll send you the link, and then you can just post it for everybody. Let me just.
Recon Ranger, right?
There we go. I posted it in the private chat. Just click on the private chat there, Shadow.
Yeah, I know. No, I know that drill anyway. You mean that type? Okay, I share that. We do this again.
Remember, this is still pertaining to spare parts and how to find them, and one of the key elements being obviously transportation and logistics and how to do these. So a motorcycle such as this would help you more than words could Buster when it comes to being able to attain spare parts.
Sell this to me, because this looks to me initially it looks a big chunky heavy thing. Is it?
Yeah, it looks like a four-wheel ATV. The only difference is it has two wheels
if it runs, is it petrol? You say?
Yeah.
Right.
What you're actually allowed to do on stream is you're allowed to actually show a video for the Rokon trailer video. They actually like people advertising for their stuff. Let me give you that, and it'll show you a quick breakdown on like what the bike's about.
Oh, $10,375 for it. Oh, Lord in heaven.
A bit pricey, I suppose. Priorities.
Yeah, priorities. And you probably need a motorcycle driver's license for it too.
The only problem with those, I would say, if I was to buy one of those now, I would stick out like a sore thumb riding it around.
So you guys aren't understanding how small this is either. In perspective, when you're standing next to it, it's up to your knee. It's a very small motorcycle. The motorcycle itself, the shape of it and the design and the way that it's built there specifically, if you look at the way, and this is the specific prepper one. So this one's designed for preppers such as us in this chat group, in the chats and on the panel. Like this bike specifically, you said sell it to you, right? So in all the time I've spent my entire life on two wheels, and I definitely am somebody that absolutely loves motorcycles. And I've had a car for about 6 months of my life, and I'm now 38. I've never wanted a car, had any desire for cars whatsoever. So I've immersed myself entirely in motorcycle culture from the time I was young. I can tell you my whole story, but I'm not going to go there. But I've got like an entire long story background with motorcycles, and my passion and enthusiasm for them has always led me to do advanced research and go down certain rabbit holes regarding certain motorcycles. And for myself as well, there's been nothing ever as durable and as rugged and as long-term viable as a Rokon, because what you're capable of doing with it is that once you have it, like the parts themselves are extremely rugged. It's made with the most hardiest of element components as well. So what will happen is through everything, it's going to last you a really, really long time. And if you have a little bit of wrenching knowledge, it will never break on you. You can essentially travel across water with it as well, because once the tires are made self-inflatable, the way that it carries across is those wheels can essentially float over a river as well. It'll ride through any terrain. You just pick it up and move it over a log, because and it goes extremely far on very low, on very little mileage. It's got amazing mileage to it, right? So what you're doing is you're getting this bike that'll last you forever, that can be just a component that you can put like at the back of a vehicle or on the back of a boat, or you just have a small, wherever, you know what I mean? The storage space for it is extremely small. And now that's like, there's something to having a Rokon that is a term of like privilege and pride regarding prepping. And I think that it's hard to replace that with any other motorcycle when it comes to it. And that's from somebody that has a Honda Transalp, which is arguably in the whole world, one of the most reliable motorcycles that you'll get is the Honda Transalp XL700, which I've got, and I've ridden like 50,000 kilometers on it in the last 2.5 years. So I love my bikes, is what I'm saying.
If Rokon are listening out there, you need to send Guardian, the collector, one to trial out, and he can showcase it on his channel. That looks like an excellent bit of kit. That I've got to say, I've never seen that before. No, that's really good. Excellent.
I can't say I have seen anyone like that one before either. So
nice. Yeah, I mean, like we said, a bike, you can instantly go places where cars can't. So people have got to think. Hello, Vanessa. People have got to think about where the spare parts are that they're going to get, how they're going to get there, what terrain, etc., etc. But yeah, that's a good bit of kit. That is definitely. Yeah, nice. Good stuff. So, you know, beforehand, people have got to think about this sort of thing, where they're going to get it, take the PPE, the tools to do it, where they're going to do it, how they're going to do it, how to get there, how many people are going to take part in the trip, and so on. But like you say, beforehand, you can take stock, know what you're deficient of beforehand, so that in the event of things, you've got everything you need. It's just the critical items that fail, which will be the kickers, really. everything's prone to wear and tear, or essential to the function of your preps. Gather information, on the types of spare parts you need for your equipment. Document the parts numbers, the specifications, and the sources for replacements. I mean, you can do so much. I mean, people can stockpile, obviously, but it will come down to space and price. You can stockpile and focus on high wear items or components that are more prone to fail. But make sure that whatever you do stockpile, these critical items, put them in a safe and accessible location and document them so you've got them, and other people in your group and stuff know that you've got them. And also, have the training and skill beforehand that you can carry out basic repair and maintenance on the items that you've got. If you've got a generator, and you're not using it, if it's a prep item, don't be afraid to strip it down, see how it works, put it back together again, fire it up, and so on and so on. So you know your equipment inside out. Because come long term, it's no use trying to find out things and strip things down and find out how they work when it comes to the day of the races. It's too late. So along with that, be able to have the skills to diagnose issues, perform minor repairs at best, which will also, reduce the need for spare parts and stuff like that. And then on top of that, you got to be able to learn how to actually make spare parts yourself if need be. Get the basic tools to make things, whether that be, like I said, woodworking, metalworking, welding, having the right equipment and tool shed and workbench to be able to do that sort of thing. It can get very difficult. The perfect solution is one that's going to be out of reach for everybody. So you've got to be able to be prepared to MacGyver things and start looking elsewhere. So get to know your area. Timing is key. Scavenge what you need. Do what you got to do. Get back. Do it safely. PPE. There's a show out there called Scrap Heap Challenge, which is a good series to watch. It might be called something different in other places. The Scrap Heap Challenge was
Scrap Heap Challenge. I watched that a lot. A lot.
People don't know what it is. It's a game show on TV, and you get two teams, and they're restricted to
what they can find on the scrap heap.
Yeah, what they can find in the scrap heap or junkyard that they're in, and they get given a task to build a boat, for instance, to go around a predetermined course, and then they get given like 24 hours or whatever it is, and they start building. And they go out to this scrap heap, and they just take what they like, and it's parts of engines, parts of vehicles, bathtubs, old propellers, or whatever. Anything goes, and they bring it back in their quads and their little trailers. They strip it down. They cut it to what they need to do. They weld it back into a new sort of engine and invention and device, and then they get it to work. That's quite a good show to watch, actually.
Yeah, I remember the British.
Go ahead, Shadow. Sorry.
Was he major or colonel?
Yeah. He was
the guy with the beard.
Yeah,
the mustache.
Yeah, he was a major in the signals in the army. I can't remember his name offhand. Dick Strawbridge, his name was. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, he was actually. I know some people who knew him in the army. He was actually a good bloke. Apparently, he was a really good commander and stuff like that. But yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say. I was just going to say,
hold that thought. Go for it.
Watching that sort of show is good to to watch how their thought process is from going from the initial conceived idea to making the final product. That the process of how they do it is interesting to me. But go on, Guardian. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry about this. Sorry. I was just going to say, when it comes to scrapyards and that type of thing, so obviously, as it is right now, you can look at like the way that's the world is that we live in at the moment. Scrapyards are quite often populated by people already. So if you ever do stumble upon like some sort of large scrapyard or something like that, obviously you've got to be. It's a great place to be able to get resources, but at the same time, not only people, but quite often you'll find a lot of dogs that gather there too because of the way that scrapyards work. And obviously at the moment with the refuge trucks taking goods there and stuff as well, as it happens, then you get like a lot of that type of scenario, right? So
Yeah,
you just got to be really careful when you do approach them.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, dogs is a key issue. Yeah, definitely. And for spare parts, it's not just a case of going out looking for things. There's other methods of getting spare parts. You could go out to and barter for spare parts, for instance, or repurpose something that you've already got. So people have got to get creative. What they've already got, repurpose items to serve as spare parts. Start prioritizing, because you might not be in the position to leave where you are. So you start looking around the place, thinking, right, what can we use to repair, I don't know, the pull cord in the chainsaw or the pull cord in the generator. There's plenty of string around, plenty of rope around. Just make it work, basically. I'm sure everyone's got paracord, gaffer tape or duct tape and some WD-40 lying around. That can fix 90% of things straight away, allegedly. So, bartering. So there's nothing wrong with bartering to get your spare parts. Likewise, if you're part of a community and you know the people around your community, you could actually pool resources. So any one of those people in that community, when they're out and about, if they are in the position to get out and about, if they bring anything back, they could put it in a sort of a communal pile of scrap, if you like. We're talking a sort of long-term thing here, really. And then you could have a mutual agreement within that community to, take anything you need from the scrap pile or whatever. Or you could even start to liaise with other people. They might have the skills to manufacture things. You might even have a 3D printer, for instance, to make spare parts. Although when it gets to that sort of level, you start talking to, there's a lot of things to enable that 3D printing power. You need the correct printing medium to make the part and the technology and materials to do it and the plans to do it as well. So it's a bit of a difficult one, I suppose. But improvisation is the key. I mean, everyone can improvise. Get your MacGyver skills going. Have some sort of basic background knowledge in chemistry, metallics, wood. It's all right going out and getting a piece of wood for something, but has it got to be the right piece of wood to get it from? Hardwood, softwood, all this sort of stuff. And then you got to prioritize. You got to assess any needs and find out which parts are actually essential for survival. Weighing up the risks of leaving the safety of your abode, going out into the big wide world and facing other people who have got ill intention. Is it worth the risk? So if you get to that stage where you've got to go out and start scavenging for things, then it's pretty dire, because you've then lost the ability. You've gone past the improvisation stage. You've gone past the bartering stage. You're putting yourself in a vulnerable sort of situation there. So I mean, you start looking at things you can get. I mean, there's various things you can actually get which are modular spares, if you like. which could become readily available all the time. For instance, bricks. I mean, I've got a stash of bricks. I've got about 20 or 30 bricks that I'm just in a pile somewhere. And bricks can be used for all sorts of alternate things. You know, you bricks from demolished buildings, for instance. You can use bricks to replace windows that have been broken. Windows are very vulnerable. If you haven't got any, or you haven't pre-made or any sort of window coverings from plywood or metal, then bricks is another solution. Brick up your windows. You're stopping the elements coming in, and you're giving yourself some sort of protection from outside as well. Then you can, you know, with a brick, you can make, or pile of bricks, you can make makeshift cookers and stoves as well. All sorts of little sort of things. So that type of item, really, that you can use to make many things out of. Well, also get wiring. Wiring is another item that can make many things. It was only last month, for instance, I needed a new antenna for one of my radios. So instead of spending X amount of money going out and getting some new copper wire, I got an old power cable, and took the outer sheath off. And within that, you've got 2-3 high quality copper cores. Can quite easily be used as an antenna. Good quality antenna as well. So I'll strip those down, use those as an antenna. Work perfectly. Think outside the box. You can even spare tires, for instance. Tires can be used for a multitude of things, from makeshift body armor, protection, to replacement soles for shoes and stuff. And they used quite often around the world. Makeshift shoes. You can actually go to various places in Africa, for instance, and you'll see them making sort of flip-flops out of old car tires and stuff. Yeah. Especially, I saw some guys wearing, and they were selling to British soldiers in Sierra Leone. Old makeshift flip-flops out of car tires. Yeah.
I've seen those flip-flops made of car tires.
Yeah, you know, so.
Well, they work.
Yeah, you know, and you could actually start thinking about different locations near where you are. Let's say the 3 mile radius minimum, depending on your mode of travel. Various locations, what opportunities and spares they could herald, you see. So car parks, for instance, it's going to be cars there. You've got opportunity to get petrol, diesel, which can give you extra fuel and power. The car can, you know, it's a multitude of things cars can give you. Everything from wiring, batteries, key resource, seat belts, alternators to make makeshift power generators. You can quite easily make I wouldn't say quite easily, but you can make a makeshift wind turbine out of an alternator, some belts, and some other, you know, wind turning sails.
Well, yeah, you've got to think about everything and the capability to turn it into something else, right? You've got to be extremely creative redundancy. Like it's actually interesting what you can turn things into if you just salvage enough things. And when you speak about what they're doing currently as well, if you look across the world where people live in situations where they've got to be extremely resourceful, in Somalia, if you look at the way that people live, and also do yourself a favor. We've got Google Earth, right? So sometime, maybe tomorrow or like after the stream, or you could even do so in the meantime, like open up a second panel and do so as a little bit of a side project now, where you open up a side panel and you go to Google Earth, right? And you go and look at like different countries. You go to like some of the countries where you know that they don't have a great economy at present, And what you do is you zoom in there and you see where the Google car's been. The Google car's been to some surprisingly interesting areas. And you go right in there. And what you do is you like look around and you like look at the way that people are living in like places like Somalia as well. And you in Haiti before like obviously all the situations that happen now. And when I do mention that, my heart goes out to the people that are in that situation at the moment. It's horrible what's happening there right now. And it's just, you just get to see where the people live, how they're being industrious, how they're being creative when it comes to what equipment they do have around there, how they're building their homes. There are some extremely interesting, like designed informal settlements. So you call them like shacks if you want to, whatever, in some places in the world. But like where they've really gotten good at being able to turn sheet metal and wood into pretty solid structures, like double-story structures and pretty. I mean, it's not the ideal way of living by any means, and I don't like wish that upon people. That's not what I would like to see. I wish we could all have nice homes as well, and like I think that the future will bring that with technology. But my point being is that I think that it's definitely interesting to look at these places on Google Earth and to just see what they're doing, how they're doing it, so that if we end up in a similar scenario, then we can also be a little bit more privy to it,
Yeah, definitely. I was when I was in Bosnia and Kosovo, particularly Bosnia, we saw an amazing amount of ingenuity and people making makeshift devices and all sorts of stuff and scavenging. And people were scavenging from old blown up tanks and vehicles that have been taken out and burnt out. People all over it, and you can guarantee if there's any sort of object or vehicle left unattended, they'll be on there like ants. Next morning it will be dismantled. And especially for right, here's one for you. When I was in Afghanistan, there was an airplane crash, and it was in quite a remote area. There was a fire involved as well. People were recovered from that site, but when the coalition forces went back to recover bits of this aircraft, there was literally nothing left of it because all the local Afghans had got there overnight and they dragged all the bits away that were worth anything, and there was literally nothing left. It was just completely stripped, and everything that was worth any bit of value or anything that was had an alternate purpose was gone. It was quite amazing, actually. It was like a team of ants overnight clearing up something. And the same in Bosnia as well. They anything left unattended or burnt out tanks and stuff like that, they were stripped, and next morning that was it, gone. Anything that could be used for alternative power, that was done there as well, like that. And the hunt for scrap. I think the masters at it at the moment, and they've been at it for a long time, but the Cubans have, because they've been under sanctions for such a long time, they've become quite famous for their ingenuity and scavenging parts and modifying things, especially when their old. A classic example with them is the old American cars that they keep up and running, and it's almost become a tourist attraction now. Cuba's quite popular with tourists, and you go out there, the American cars are still running all the 1950s and 60s stuff. So they're very ingenious as well. And like Guardian says there, or the collector, look at these places. Get books about these places, how they do it, how they manage to continue without, aid, without access to parts and imports. How they manage to continue on maintaining all this stuff. It's absolutely unbelievable. Some of the things, they think outside the box and stuff. I was when I was in Bosnia, I was in a particular area called Gorazde for a while, and it was an isolated enclave. And I didn't realize at the time, I read this other book, and it had photos of this in, but the locals were using the bridge across the river to make their own power source, and they actually made their own water wheel power generators all across the river from this bridge. And like Warren says there, go anywhere in Asia, they make do. I think it's a key failing from, not so much of a failing, but in the West, we've got access to so much resources. Everything's relatively cheap, and we're starting to get more of a throwaway mentality that it's not until you go outside Western developed countries that you realize how much other people are living in the crap and how much they are getting by. Even I've got a mate in Hungary, and he was saying that it's not common for a person in Hungary to have a car and exchange it every 3 or 4 years and get a new car. What they just have a car that lasts them 20 or so years, and they make it work, and they just keep it going and going and going. It just doesn't happen over here,
So here in South Africa, we have plenty of vehicles that are from like the late 80s and that are still riding around, that are absolutely utilized. So much of them, like you'll be surprised as to how many of them.
Yeah.
In fact, I'd say about 50% of our vehicles, like as well, from the 90s era, specifically if you go to certain areas and you speak about, here in South Africa, it's very interesting to see that we get to see the third and first world. We really do. If you look at like different areas, we have areas that fortunately within the last while they have been up and coming, but due to high level corruption, that we've unfortunately seen slow progress in this regard. But there are a lot of homes that are getting a lot better in certain ways. But it really, when you to be appreciative of what we have as well, and I think that that's something that I'm grateful for being here, is that we are surrounded and consistently as we grow up, you see people that absolutely have little, exactly, as Hendo's saying, still lots of the old original Golf GTRs from the 90s, still lots of the old Beetles from the 80s. You see tons of vehicles like that, plenty of them around, in fact. And like the resourcefulness and the fact is that some of the people will be riding these vehicles and they are so damaged and dilapidated and just beyond, like almost you think beyond repair, but yet they're riding around, and the guy's got a business where he's running and transporting people on a daily basis, and like a whole bunch of people, like 10 people climbing to like a 4-seater car, and it's like very damaged and bunged up, and they put all their bags and stuff in the boot and on top of the vehicle, and then they go like off to like one of the other cities in another like province. You should see like some of the stuff that happens. You'd be quite surprised. Like it's necessity is the mother of invention, correct?
Yeah.
And when you look at the situations like that, that's why I'm so hopeful for the future of the country that I'm living in, because we come from a nightmare is what we come from, and looking at the future in a positive way where we could go when there's a lot more people with a lot more opportunities. It's going to be amazing. I just, more than anything, I'm so tired of seeing poor people that can't get out of the situation because they're unable to, and a higher level government that doesn't give a damn about them, and that's just the most painful thing to witness. So it's just like, yeah, it's interesting to know that it is getting better, fortunately, but it's taking time.
That's interesting. Any entrepreneurs out there? A good money-making scheme for you. Old Golf GTIs and old 80s cars, if you can refurbish them into a good condition, they're absolutely worth a fortune in Britain. People pay thousands for those sorts of vehicles, because there's lots of enthusiasts here that is their full-time sort of job and hobby, refurbishing and getting those. It's a big trade. So, but yeah, vehicles are a massive key resource. Like I say, everything from the fuel in them to the batteries, the wiring, the seats, the cloth, the carpets, the windows, mirrors, the glass,
even the
headlights, unreplicable things that if you don't harvest them and get them for potential spares when it all goes down, it will start to degrade, especially left in the elements. So, and general spares, plus also, if you start going around scavenging vehicles, for instance, in car parks or anything like that, you never know what you're going to find in there. you could come across a complete new treasure trove of stuff in the vehicle. But
Hendo is actually a great middle person between yourself and our preparedness veteran. Hendo used to live in South Africa and he's got a lot of understanding and knowledge of South Africa specifically, and obviously living in the UK at the moment. So
yeah,
he's over there in the UK and obviously sees things from that perspective now as well. And he has an actual full understanding of like what both the situations are like. So obviously in that scenario, it would be quite interesting to have like Hendo's full story on what he's seen and where he's been and some of the adventures, because I'd like to see from his perspective. And not only that, but he's very, very well versed on like all over YouTube. You know, when we started the stream, he said, you know, if I'm stalking him or something like that, because he's been on streams where I've been like, wow, Hendo's here. like it's, you know what I mean? Like I'll be like sailing the oceans of live streams out there and stuff as well, and I'll come across Hendo on like strange platforms every now and again and say like, hey buddy, like so yeah, it's pretty cool. It'd just be interesting to know his story and stuff, find out that.
He's actually mentioned VW camper vans there, and they are, for an old battered rusted old VW camper van here, you're talking tens of thousands. People, there's that much of a following and enthusiasts. It's one of those vehicles, classic old vehicles that will, you know, they're not making them ever again. And someone else mentioned there, Warren, it's hard to find vehicles that of that age here because they're in the Rust Belt. Yeah, a lot of vehicles here. The reason why they're in demand in the UK, for instance, is because all these enthusiasts want them. We're in a country where it's damp and cold and wet, which promotes rust. So what a fortune. But yeah, look at other places where you can get key resources. You know, things outside the box. Churches, for instance, a key resource for things like wood. Loads of churches. You know, you're starting going down the sacrilegious route there for some people, but it's an option. Wood for fuel. You know. And if you need it.
I was walking away making coffee, and as I'm walking down the passage, I couldn't help but burst into laughing when you said churches for scrap metal and spare parts. I know
Really,
that I'm not being sacrilegious or blasphemous. I have a high level of faith personally myself, you know, but I'm just saying that it is funny because, like, obviously the amount of people that would just be like, dig their heels and be like, wait, what?
Wow. I say enough. You know, everything's on the table, and many churches they hold things like coffee mornings, so they'll have things like power in them, kettles, pots, pans, wood.
If it means you're going to survive, absolutely. Like if it means the difference between life and death, 100%. So yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying, like, obviously, it just is funny, like. That's one of the locations that a person would actually find a lot of resources, because you do have sometimes not just that, but kitchens. A lot of the churches have kitchens set up as well where you'd find, and it's not somewhere that a lot of people would look. So if you're able to like find specifically a medium to larger church, you'll definitely find a large amount of equipment there.
You start propping up the side of your half demolished house with the statue of Jesus that you've nicked out of the local church and stuff like that, you know. But like I say, it needs, you know, and Hendo says there, don't nick the pews. Pews are made of wood, good quality wood. You've got to weigh up the odds of is civilization or anything actually ever going to come back in that. But you know, it's all down to the probably the situation and all that sort of stuff. Don't make it, you know, your first option to go to the church and start nicking all the pews and burn as firewood when the shop's shut for a weekend and so on. But you know, other locations, what I was indicating at, skips and bins and refuse sites, talked about them already. Government buildings. Now then, some government buildings can be a key resource for many things and hold valuable resources, but things like council offices and the town hall, I'm not sort of indicating those. I'm more or less steering towards fire stations, ambulance stations, police stations, schools. So you're looking at things like first aid gear, extra water supplies. Clean water will be a key resource, and if you're starting to run out of that, then you could go in. Many of these buildings have got these drink stations and stuff like that, and these big water containers, first aid gear, books. Knowledge will be key. So, a library, if libraries still exist in your area, they're starting to be phased out where we are here. They're just selling them up, and you're not seeing many of them at all. So books is a valuable, physical books, key resource. Petrol stations, obviously, you've got the fuel aspect of it as well, but they can also hold other things. They can hold limited spare parts for vehicles, fuses. If you get a power surge, because let's say the power grid's gone and you're firing your generator up and you haven't done your sort of power audit properly, you blow fuses. It's a critical key point, single point of failure. So spare fuses, where you're going to get those from? All linked into these sorts of lists you should be maintaining and think about are the key elements that will enable your continuation, your survival, you see. Farms, a lot of farms here have solar panels and solar panel systems, harvest the solar panels and the solar panel leads and all the associated stuff that goes with them. Pharmacies and hospitals, that's probably one that everyone thinks about immediately when you're thinking about spares and stuff like that for medication, antibiotics, etc. But that sort of thing, it's a case of timing. You don't want to start going to hospitals and pharmacies at the first indication of trouble, because you're going to get in trouble then. It's something you should be pre-stocked up on already.
Yeah.
Obviously, antibiotics is a bit. In some countries, it's illegal to store antibiotics. It's prescription only job. So, yeah.
So Camo Carl also brings up something there as well. And when you do speak about hospitals, the thing is that obviously usually they'd be extremely well guarded. And when it comes to any sort of standing groups, you'd be surprised how quickly some groups would kind of, mobilize in terms of understanding what the situation is and how to make sure that they are stable within it as well. Hey, Sia, awesome to see you, brother. So I just want to I just want to say that, like, when it comes to that, it's extremely important. And Camo Carl brings up something, and this is something that I think about often, but doesn't really get spoken about too often, where it comes to like how bad it could actually get and what people really do, how close we are to that in terms of like people's current like mentality on and their mental reliance on the current grid being up in the way that it is, right? And how much they depend on the electricity being there. If you take the internet away, just the internet, so
and supply chain.
Yeah, you take the supply chain and banking away just for like a couple of days, and I'm not even joking. People will go, oh gosh, like the truth is, you will not believe or imagine until you actually see like people
pulling their hair out.
Yes, it's ridiculous. They're becoming extremely violent towards one another. Like, man, it's ridiculous. As soon as you take that away, as soon as you take away the capability that emergency vehicles have to get to certain locations and they can't refuel at all, you have a real big problem.
We used to
I agree.
We used to think in terms of I'm sure every prepper's heard of this, that we're 9 meals away from complete chaos. We're probably less than that now. It's almost like a gauge of the atomic clock, the doomsday clock. We're probably getting more like the 6-7 meal system at the moment. Because these days, I don't know what it is with the people these days. They're too quick to go from normality to extremity in a shorter period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Especially after COVID, and when you got the mainstream media, exaggerating everything and sensationalizing everything. For instance, the solar eclipse that's going to happen in various parts of America next week.
On the 8th.
Friday? The 8th, is it? Niagara Falls have declared a state of emergency because that amount of people are going to rush to certain location, and the roads are going to be clogged, and all sorts of accidents happening, and all this sort of stuff. It's just completely, people have just lost their brains. I'm sure of it. There's no sense of sort of sensibility. Everyone's in it for themselves. It all revolves around me. So yeah, it's too quick of a knee-jerk reaction in some cases, and I'm sure we've gone away from 9 meals down to 7.
Yeah, probably like 5 or 6.
5 or 6, yeah.
Might as well be lower now.
One story in the mainstream media, next minute everyone piles down to Tesco or Asda or Walmart and grabs all the toilet roll.
What you've done now, though, is now, because of the CV19 situation that happened, you've gotten people a lot more closer to being like reactive, right?
Yeah.
So what's happened now is, because they've seen how bad it can get and what happens at the shops, you've actually made it worse for preppers, because already, a true prepper wouldn't essentially really need to go into those queues. That's why we prepare, right? Because we don't need to be that heavy burden on the system when things kind of go upside down, because we're supposed to be prepped, right? But the idea
more
is that,
proactive than reactive.
Yeah, 100% so. But however, even people who are into the preparedness field as well, obviously there's a last couple of items, and not even there's a last couple of items. If those are the last items that are going to be available at the shop, even if you're a prepper or not, if you're a prepper, you should absolutely go and see what you're able to buy as well, and what you're able to get on those last minutes as well, because you should, you hear what I'm saying? Even if your food rotations are up to par and everything, and then that puts you in direct danger. So it's a rough situation. I just think what my point is that CV19 has made it so that people will potentially be a lot more violent in those situations. So just be cautious of that. Go ahead, preparedness veteran.
Yeah, part of my prep plan overall is, one of my immediate actions is to go down to a selected number of stores and get what I can. And if the event is such that it's going to be a real long-term event, I will spend a large portion of my cash stockpile and get everything I need. But because it's got to be in context. When I say it's part of my prep regime, it all revolves around a sort of monitoring system, if you like. So you're always monitoring the key events which you think are likely to happen for the long-term real bad stuff. And as soon as the first indication of that happening, get there, get what you get back before the wave of people start getting all the toilet roll and stuff like that sort of a scenario. So yeah, that's part of my
toilet rolls.
Yeah.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, sure.
Remember, I said I had lots to say, and I did. I didn't want to write a bunch of paragraphs in the side chat for 10 minutes straight. That's actually why I came on. We gotta look at how what's even happening now, right? Things, war, the natural disasters, right? What happens when these things change the infrastructure, the supply chain to those areas, right? The flooding, the fires, and all that stuff, right? For the most part, when you don't have options, you get desperate. And when you get desperate, you'll do things that you don't normally do on a daily basis, or you'll, loot whatever, steal whatever, right? So, hence, being proactive is important, so you don't necessarily have to do that yet. You know what I mean? Because you see it all the time. If you think about it, all right? Look at the hurricanes, all right? There's always this story about someone trying to do something and things happen, and then, now someone else has got to go rescue them and all this other stuff, or they get shot or whatever because they're trying to get something from a place that's being, defended. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
obviously faces a huge threat and puts a person in danger in those scenarios. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's because the thing is you want to avoid confrontation at times, right? Because confrontation means that you don't know, there's too many variables, right? You don't know what they necessarily have. You could research it or whatever, right? But there's confrontation always means that there's some degree of threat or danger every time you do it.
Yeah, Sun Tzu in The Art of War says that the best combat is combat that you can avoid.
Yeah, because hence why the preparedness part is more about being proactive, so you don't actually have to be in those areas if you don't need to, right? I mean, let's go back at the 2020 with the great TB thing, right? And I say this, and I'll say it again: people got arrested. Probably some people got put into jail because what happened? Assault, and then that led to jail time, right? Over what? TP. When if you think about it, that should have been easy to be proactive about, right? There's other options out there, quote unquote spare parts that we're talking about. There was other options out there, bidets and all that stuff that you could lean towards or whatever, right? If you couldn't get access to TV, for example, right? Because you saw it, right? Pretty much in every country, every single country, every single continent that happened, right? There was, and people, and look, that was just with TV. That wasn't even with the food yet. You know what I mean? Like, people weren't even fighting over food. I mean, I guess it's one thing to fight over food, but I mean, TP, I don't know. I don't want to go for that crap.
Yeah, I think any prepper who is well established and they're there in their location, they should only really need the spare parts which are critical, like you say, to avoid going out, putting yourself at extra risk and confrontation, because then you're vulnerable. You just, it's no need for it. You're risking injury and that sort of stuff. If it ever gets to that stage, then they'll probably have to, everyone knows what their critical items are anyway. So power and so on and so on. And they should have an element of spares, and food and water and stuff like that. They should have an element of spares and an element of fat in the system to cater for sort of minor events. And so, if it gets to the stage where it becomes critical and you've gone through your own sort of spares and you've exhausted all avenues of repair and makeshift cannibalization, this sort of stuff, then you'll probably be in a time frame in which most other people have either gone, moved on, died, or they're in a place similar to you where they won't go out unless it's absolutely necessary. They've learned the hard way, so to speak.
Last resort.
Yeah.
Because I think looting should be a last resort, or scavenging should be a last resort in situations like that, right? I mean, if you have to, obviously you have to, right? But
well, I mean,
that would be my last resort if I notice I begin to run out of certain items.
The things that you absolutely
you need absolutely to stock up with new parts.
Well, get on with it
as soon as possible.
You've literally got to. We'll all eventually run out of something anyway at some point. Limited resources. It get to the point where, like the World War II scenario, make do and mend, and it's the point in which you can't make do or you can't fix the item, the critical item which you need.
It's beyond repair.
Yeah, exactly. That's the criticality. And it's identifying those things, those parts, those single points of failure, which are going to be essential now. So, for instance, I don't know, power, keeping the freezer going, the fridge going.
CPAP machine, if you use one of those, for example.
Medication, medical type machines that people need to function and live. I mean, but I think we're not used to getting by at the moment with the absolute bare essentials, especially in the Western world. I mean, some people, you go to other countries which are really, really poor. You were talking Sierra Leone, Nepal, Afghanistan, for instance, and you'll see real poverty where you think, bloody hell, there's people walking around with 60s t-shirts on full of holes, no shoes on, or they've made their own shoes and stuff like that. That's stuff that can be made, but critical items.
Eating once a week, maybe.
Eating once a week, yeah, exactly. That sort of stuff.
The water quality is not that great. You got to go walk 50 some miles, kilometers away just to go get it. That's a hard life.
I mean, how many people are going to start getting to critical point when their water filters break or anything like that? You then go to sort of boiling water and other options, and then you run out of fuel. It can become. Do you think for other people it's so? Yeah, yep. Identify these places.
Hi, Darren.
I'll tell you a good place to go for, which is a pool of items, is a marina full of boats, because each boat is like a mini self-contained unit, if you like. They'll have solar systems, batteries, ropes, generators,
and
maybe even reverse osmosis or
exactly.
Stills,
water.
Right? They might even have one of those kit things, all that stuff. Think about it.
If you can gather enough fuel as well, and you can get a good working boat, then you are sorted. If you can actually find a boat, the boats themselves are the treasure. If you can create a good enough amount of resources on a good boat, and understand as well, just have it that's why having a skipping license can be really good, or just going for a bit of training as well, looking online how the basics is really important. You can look up pretty much the basics of how to do most things online. It's not going to give you a complete understanding for it and the first-hand experience, but a quick YouTube video tutorial can show you how to do things very, very simply.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree.
The access to books and manuals as well. Simplistic sort of. I mean, even down to a manual, a bike manual, push bike, pedal bike, cycle bike. Some of them can be quite complex, and not some of them got unique parts in, and how you're going to get them and stuff like that.
Can I chime in again?
Sorry. Yeah, no, go for it. Yeah.
I would remember the knowledge part of the equation, right? Because I'm going to talk fictional. Technically, MacGyver is fictional, but he was a skilled individual. He didn't always have his Swiss Army knife, right? But he had some skills, and especially the knowledge, right? He was supposedly a good chemist, knew science, knew how things work, how things were made, and all that stuff, right? He was able to see things that other people would be like, that's just trash. That's just a miscellaneous item. He would see it as, wait, but if I convert it, it has this specific metal or whatever, right? And this specific characteristics about said resource, whatever it is, right? And realize that, the answers are just around me. I just have to convert them or put them together in a certain way to help me with what I need right now, whatever it is.
Yeah, the having a bank of accessible information, whether it be physical books or stuff stored in a memory card, for instance, in a protective location, and the manuals to go with your equipment is definitely key. Well,
not just having the knowledge, but actually trying to use that knowledge or applying that knowledge or practicing with it too. So it's not just in a book or digital, but it's in your mind too, right?
Yeah.
Right. The best book is going to be in your mind, right?
Well, like
the books, the digital, you might lose, right? You might lose the manuals. Hurricane, fire, whatever might destroy it. But if it's still in your head, because you practiced with it, you've done it before, right?
Yeah.
You still spread that knowledge down.
If anyone's got a generator, they should strip down that generator. I'm not saying down to every nut and bolt, but have a play around with it and dismantle what you can, put it back together, know how it works, know what you need, and so on. A lot of these, like a generator, for instance, you got a lot of housings on these generators and cowls, which a lot of people don't sort of investigate what's under it. You know, take the cover off it and see what's inside for a start off. And they
Tinkle with it.
Yeah, tinkle with it. Exactly. Yeah.
Because if you look at here's a useful thing to keep in mind. Look at all the metal scrappers out there. They're always scrapping stuff, right? Which means they're disassembling stuff, right? They're always trying to say, "Oh, is it still working?" Because if it still works, they can resell it for more value compared to the scrap part. But they dismantle things. They see the inner workings of it, and it's like, "Oh, this is the pump. This is not why it's not working. The pump's not working, or this is where the power comes in. This is the transformer in it. This is the converter in it, and et cetera, right?" And they start, when you watch channels like that or videos like that, you start to understand. It's like, oh, that's the inner workings of it, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you don't actually have the item in front of you, right?
So, there are, I would say, on average, and to be fair, at minimum, twice a month that we go through power outages here. I mean, we go through power outages all the time for the main reason, which is load shedding, long story. But twice a month, there are power outages caused, and listen to this, by copper theft because of the desperation already that's here around.
Yeah, the value of copper, right?
Yeah, so basically they steal the copper and out goes our lights at a random time. So at any time, we're always expecting it. So at any time, your lights, your PCs will just shut off in front of your eyes, even if you're working on a project or something. And like what they do is even the bridge that's close here, that's less than like a mile away, is basically being stripped for parts at the moment as well. Like I can show you pictures. I'll send you pictures on WhatsApp of what I'm talking about. But it's happened right today. Like they're always stripping any valuable metals, like all the time here. Like it's a passive.
Well, because it has value, right? Or resale value.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you mean. That's why construction sites are always under lock and key and all that stuff, because it's all exposed to copper wiring and all this stuff all the time.
Yeah, we had problems with copper thefts here in Sweden as well.
Yeah, we have thefts, not only copper, things like that, but unusual items. You know, there's a classic. I'll go back to churches again. Lead off church roofs, because lead's expensive. Bizarrely enough, about 20 years ago, I was going down a road and I noticed all the manhole covers had been stolen in a 2-mile stretch of road. Super dangerous, unbelievable. But yeah, you know, the price of metal, and it's unbelievable what people take. Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
A good thing to a good skill to have, and we're not just talking about nuts and bolts and welding and stuff like that, is, you know, and they're fairly cheap. And, you know, people out there, get yourself a little soldering kit, self-contained soldering iron. You know, some of them use gas, and some of these kits, they're £20 or so, $23, $24, $25 worth. They've got their own solder in there, their own flux in there, their own spare parts in there, and a good soldering kit will enable you to do some good repairs as well.
Yeah, something a little bit better than tape can do.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it'll be a little bit more solid compared
or
to
just
that.
Yeah, you know, not just reef knotting 2 wires together to join it, but you can tin the ends and make it more of a robust connection and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's I think it can be quite difficult to identify spare parts that can fix things that aren't readily available, like soldering wire, for instance.
Yeah,
because where do you?
Or you can be undoing stuff too, right? If you had to pull parts out, you can unsolder it. Then,
yeah, exactly.
Right?
I mean, where do you find spare solder wire from?
Yeah,
you could salvage it from circuit boards and stuff like that, but it's such a long process, and it's such a waste of fuel as well, or electric. Yeah.
Prepper for the Ages says, I was once on a jury on a case where the guy stole copper wire out of a building He was only charged with breaking and entering, wasn't expected to pay the replacement costs to rewire the building.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
The rule says there, yeah, flux for fixing pipes as well. It's not just about circuit boards or circuitry or wiring.
Mhm.
Yeah, you know, a lot
You need
of
flux.
copper pipes are still in use in many places, although it's becoming increasingly more popular now to use plastic push fit pipes here. Yeah.
Darren says, I paint my false cable copper color and paint my copper gray. I feel so smart.
Oh, I guess that would be gray man approach, right?
Grey building approach.
Yeah.
It's actually a good idea if you're in a copper theft prone area.
Actually, yeah. You know what? That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'm
a
making
good
note of
idea.
it. Actually, I'm gonna make note of that. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a good idea.
I
Yeah,
think
you
it's
would have to
definitely,
make more work for them.
you know, how much spares do you actually keep is the key question. I mean, we'd love to have a 10-year spare parts locker, you know, for every component that we've got, but it's just not going to happen really.
Yeah, because not everyone has a spare house to keep all the spares in.
Exactly, and the money to do it. I mean,
Well, it's not just money;
affordable.
it's actually the space that it actually physically takes up.
I think I was living off grid in a mobile situation for over 8 years, 10 years, and I became used to identifying certain things. So I used to live on a boat for at least 8 years. I've still got it, but it's on and off at the moment. And you become accustomed to identifying the key critical components that you'd need. So, for instance, the two that immediately spring to mind is power and water. So when it comes down to water, the critical component in the water system is the water pump. So I've got 3 water pumps, so 1 in use and 2 spares.
Mhm.
The 2 spares I've got. So what I'll do is with water pump, for instance, every 5 years, I'll take the old water pump off, and that becomes the spare, and I'll replace it with a brand new one. So I've got a brand new water pump as a spare. I've got a 5-year-old one as a spare, still fully functional. Just clean it up and it's good to go. Because normally they just fail because they get gunked up. And then the 1 in use. So, you know, and without that key item, there's no water flow throughout the boat. So that's one thing there. Another one was the electrical components, for instance. But that can become quite a bit more difficult because there's so many parts in an electrical delivery system, from the solar panels all the way through the inverter, the controller, distribution box, and so on and so on. That's very difficult, and it can get very expensive, especially when we're talking about inverters as well. Some inverters, you're talking £1,000 just for one inverter, and you can't. Oh, I can't afford to have 3 or 4 of those lying around, you know, just as spares. So, yeah, I mean, but I've got backup systems to compensate for that, so that's not much of an issue, really.
Yeah, you still have options.
Yeah, you know, you got the engine supply power, alternate generator, and stuff like this. But
yeah, because I know some of the homesteaders that have wells and stuff like that. You know, they're looking or they already have like backup pumps, solar option, a hand option, right? Different.
Yeah,
all that stuff.
Key critical components. Interestingly enough, you just reminded me. What's magnesium? Magnesium is a good fire starter. Many people should know that already because you get magnesium blocks and stuff like that. When you create the shavings, it creates mega
hot.
Yep. Magnesium can be found on many boats, steel boats, because they use sacrificial anodes, which are commonly made from magnesium. And also the old engine blocks from VW Beetles are made from magnesium as well. So it's not just knowing where to get them from; it's knowing what things are made of as well.
Yeah. Just like I said earlier, about knowing how things are made, right?
Yeah.
What goes into it.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I watch that show religiously now. More how it's made. I like that show.
Oh, right,
Go
how
watch
it's made.
go watch how things are made. It's very
Yeah.
interesting.
It's very good to know, to have that knowledge. It's a brilliant show.
It is. You realize it's like, wow, that's actually in there, right? Because you would realize, oh, there's a source of copper in there, or whatever, or there's a motor in there, or whatever, something like that.
The key thing about products these days is not many of them are easily made. They're not replicable because, number one, no single person makes an item. Number two, they're all made in sort of factories, which the unseen factory
With machine parts.
Yeah, this
Are
magic
they're
building,
machined.
and all these raw materials go into this magic building, and out comes this engine block, for instance, or this pencil, or jerry can, and whatever. No one can make these things anymore.
It's laser cut. It's and all that
exactly.
stuff. Right? We don't have the tools for that.
No.
I don't have a laser cutter. Right?
So think about how many people use spectacles, right? And if you have to think about things from that angle as well, it's a really, really important thing to have. Not only that, but so just genuine toothpaste. If people don't have access to toothpaste for a long time, I mean, sure, there's alternatives and stuff as well, but I know we're speaking about base fundamental things here, but toothpaste and spectacles, right? You won't believe why those two things specifically, but spectacles, obviously, for a long enough period, if people have their spectacles that are broken and they need replacements, it's very, very difficult to find any sort of alternative to that. So if you have a surplus of that as a trading item, and I'm telling the people that are listening right now as well, very, very wise idea to stock up if you possibly can think of a logistical way to be able to stock up on that in a medium to long-term situation. That will be such a powerful trade item that never gets mentioned.
And that's the tooth.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. And you can go out there and buy 10 cheap pairs, and you've got, that's it, done. Tick in the box, you're covered. Trying to replicate those and make those afterwards, or find spare.
Then that's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, spare lenses that are of the right strength for the people who rely on them, not just for reading but for vision, is just it's absolutely essential. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, being shadow work glasses, right? I mean, I have spare glasses from the old pair I have. I make sure I keep them, right? But to reproduce that'd be difficult.
Yeah, of middle age, more people wear glasses than people who don't.
Yeah. I mean, when it's more or less a biological fact that when you reach your 50s, you start relying on glasses to read
lenses.
Your arms either get longer, or you start to need glasses for reading. So I mean, it's a question for you, Shadow, and you, CR. I mean, how many spare pairs of glasses do you have, and are they of a particular strength?
Well, I mean, I still have my old pair. I mean, obviously, since I've got this new pair, it'd be a little bit weaker, but at least I'd be able to see better than no glasses at all, right? I mean, in terms of SHTF or an emergency situation, I need to see what I'm doing, or be able to see what I want to find, see people, right? Not just see silhouettes.
How about you, Shadow?
Well, those I have on me now is when I'm sitting in front of my computer and using my computer, because these are my normal glasses I use, and I have only one pair of these.
So
these are impressive.
Retracting back to the number one prep, which is your body. So without your glasses, can you actually see and function?
Well, I can see pretty good, but not that.
You're
very
long
long
nearsighted,
distance,
right?
But I can see. I'm not that. Don't have that bad sight.
Right. A lot of people, there's some people out there. If you take away the glasses, they're literally blind. Everything's just a massive blur. and that would be the key indicator of a critical item. Identify where the opticians are, have multiple spares and stuff like that. And when you get to that sort of stage, I take it with you as well, Shadow, that you need a specific strength of glass as well to correct your vision.
Yeah,
So,
I do.
What you do is you coincidentally, like, you go next time you do glasses checkup or something like that, or you've got a family member that goes, you make sure that you accompany them, and you make sure that you go through with it to the optometrist. And when you're at the optometrist, you make some nice little jokes in the beginning as well, get him to chuckle a bit. You make sure that you've got a good engagement as well, build on that rapport between you guys. You compliment him as well, tell him he's got a lovely shirt on, that you really like the way that he speaks and expresses himself, that you think he's a great guy. You ask him sometimes,
thanks, GP.
would you like to come and have like a little bit of a braai or have a drink or something like that at some point, just to have like a, maybe have a meal with your family or something. Invite him to a special occasion perhaps. And then you start befriending him and make really, really good friends with the optometrist. And then in the SHTF situation, you call him up and you say, listen, things are really going bad. How much stock do you have of all of the equipment that you need? And you have him along with your community group, and then you sort it.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything people can think? Go on, Sia.
I was going to say, and take advantage if there's a 2-for-1, or you can get 2 glasses for the pair of one for one price and all this stuff. Right.
It's the real love survival says there. I have spare glasses, but I can't find them. I was just thinking, is there any items out there which are completely unreplicable?
Hearing aids.
Right. Yeah.
Hearing aids. Right.
How many? You're talking then, right, about a specific item which is absolutely minimal options to salvage or to get spare parts from. I mean, to get a hearing aid, you either have to go to the audiology department of a hospital, or some chemists.
That'd be difficult.
Some chemists here do hearing aids and stuff like that. False teeth. How do you replicate and get spare parts for false teeth? In fact, I've known someone who actually made their own false teeth. That's another story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you think of someone that has to use a wheelchair, how many of those people would actually even have a spare wheelchair or something?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, yeah, you can improvise that to a certain degree, but I mean,
well, I mean,
because I'm imagining like, let's say a hurricane type of situation, flooding, right? So that's a little bit more difficult.
The thing is that with glasses as well, and having a stock and a store amount of spectacles for people, is that you can transport that a lot easier than you can, like, for a wheelchair, for example. Wheelchair would be much more difficult, logistically, to like make sure that you can carry that around.
Mm-hmm.
I think people have got to start from the ground upwards, start from their own personal situation, their physicality, and move up the priority chain of essentials as to what is going to sustain them in the long term, and work on that sort of ethos. Like you say, if someone relies on a wheelchair for mobility and they haven't got any spares for that, that's a critical failure straight away. They should have concentrated on that aspect of it from day one, because if you haven't got a wheelchair, then what are you going to do? You could probably, some people could use crutches if they're paraplegic, but if they're quadriplegic and stuff like this, I mean,
because then you have to rely on others to
exactly
give you the resources, right?
And there are actually, and likewise, if you haven't got a spare wheelchair or you can't afford a spare wheelchair, there are places where you can get them from as well. So various shopping malls have wheelchairs and stuff like that you can hire, and mobility scooters and stuff like that. But they're big items, and you're talking shopping malls and stuff like that, and the vulnerability aspect again. Difficult.
It is true about carrots, to answer Darren's question there. It is absolutely true about carrots that they solve all our problems instantly. But what they really do though is they're preventative. It's a preventative thing, obviously, right? So it's to prevent having certain problems because there's certain vitamins within carrots that prevent. So funnily enough, even though it is an and like an old wives' tale kind of thing, it has legitimate uses if you do have carrots in your diet to prevent problems with your eyes.
It's actually carrots don't contain vitamin A whatsoever. It's something in the carrots which makes your body produce it. I think to check up.
So indirectly.
Yeah, indirectly. Yeah. It's like pro hormones and stuff like that. But beta
Oh, it
carotene.
says carrots have beta carotene that converts to vitamin A
That's
in
the
the human body.
Yeah.
Carrot.
Same effect though. The end result is the same, I suppose. It's all swings and roundabouts. Yeah,
I want a carrot. I'll be back.
Darrell says, I found the gorilla cart the other day, almost new. I looked online and they are over 150 pounds. Who throws away 150 pounds? Yeah, there's plenty. The waste out there is just unbelievable. If you've got the ability to take that item, identify it, and take it and store it onto a winner straight away, or even it could be quite profitable, really. If so, you're in an area where people are throwing a lot of stuff away, you could turn it into a sort of mini business and start putting the stuff on eBay and buying other things that are more of a priority for people.
And there they are. There's the right thing to be eating. CR.
You eat too many carrots, you turn orange. It's a fact.
Well,
so that 150 that you're speaking about there as well, that value that somebody just threw away is 3,000 rand in our country. So just converted to the currency. So it's an amazingly large amount.
It's amazing the amount of stuff I hear about and see that gets thrown out that no one actually wants. They can't. No, sorry, I wouldn't say that no one wants, but they can't get rid of it. They offer it to people. People don't want it. They offer to sell it if they can't sell it. So they're then lumbered with this item. For instance, my mate, he had a lathe, a really old-fashioned lathe machine that his dad died basically, and he left this load of tools and stuff like that. And this lathe was so big and heavy, he couldn't do anything with it because they were going to sell the house. So he had to get rid of it. He couldn't sell it. He couldn't give it away. So he eventually ended up putting it out for the rag and bone men who come around looking for scrap metal, and they took it away for scrap. And you got this fantastic creative machine that you can do all sorts with, and you just left on the street to rot and go to scrap. It's bizarre. Yeah, there's also a standard sofa, for instance. You can't get rid of a sofa here for love or money. Most people don't want second-hand sofas. Charity shops won't take second-hand sofas unless they've got a specific label on it that guarantees it fireproof and all this sort of stuff for health and safety, so they can't resell it in case they get sued. So it just gets thrown out and put in the skip.
Oh yeah, I see that all the time. Abandoned sofas and stuff like that.
Right.
Sometimes I'll scrap the leather on it to use it, but that's pretty much it. That's why when you see sofas, why is it the cover off? Or it's because probably someone did that. They were using the material.
Yeah.
But
yeah, we still get people going around here, and they're normally the quote unquote travelers. Many of them don't travel at all, but they're a useful element of society in many aspects. Some could argue against that, but what they do is they go around in these vans, the pickup trucks and stuff like that, and any unwanted item, metal that you don't want, you leave it out on the street, and they'll come along and they will just pick it up and take it away. And it's mostly anything metal, electrical, lead, anything that way in for scrap. They'll get rid of it for you. Yeah, the real love says like some people call them pikeys. Got a bit of a reputation, but they've got the uses. I won't slander anyone. They actually within their own circles, they've got a good family tradition and ethos, and they, yeah. Well, I don't want to say anymore, but yeah, so giving stuff away, the type of things people give away and what they throw away is just unbelievable. We can go down to they call them recycling centers now here, where you got the bin men who come around once a week, and they take away, your recycling stuff, your garden waste, and your other conventional waste. And then we've got the recycling centers. It used to be the skip. You used to go down to the skip, just chuck all your unwanted stuff away, and it would just get put to landfill and stuff like this. And you could see it in the distance, a big pile of seagulls hovering over it and circling around this big area, and it stunk. Nowadays, you get more of recycling centers where you turn up to this facility, and there's various skips there. And one skip will be for metal, one will be for plastics, one will be for rubber, one will be for paint, one will be for oils, etc., 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 electrical items. But all at these locations, the people who work there, they have they store things which are valuable, and you can actually buy stuff really cheap from them. Anything from really cheap bikes, microwaves, anything that's actually working, you can just go in and pay them a fraction of what it costs and take it away. So that can be quite a good, useful little location to look for.
You know, that reminds me of this better. Taking advantage. See, since summer is coming up here in Northern Hemisphere, right? It's warmer out. There's these yard sales and garage sales to kind of maybe see some items that you can get at a cheaper price, still fairly good quality that you can use. Whatever it is, could be saw.
Definitely.
For example.
These a good place to. I mean, this is part of your pre-planning. So people out there should identify their key vulnerabilities early. Always be on the hunt for sort of spare items that you'll think you're becoming useful for a long-term scenario. And some of the things we got here, which are definitely key locations, are charity shops or thrift shops, some people call them. And you go in there, and it's amazing what you find in there. Everything from old books to manuals to rucksacks, electrical items, skis, ski boots, boxing gloves, shirts, trousers, shoes, you name it. That would be. In fact, when it's a one charity shop in the Midlands a number of years ago, but amazingly enough, I'll kick myself for not actually buying this thing. It was a set of poison arrow blow darts that they're using the Incas and whatever they are in South America. And I thought they're all black tipped and stuff like that. I thought, I'm gonna, is that the real stuff or not? But it's just amazing what you actually find in these places. Charity shop tourists, wool blankets. That's another one. That's another key thing that is always available in most of these places. And the old bric-a-brac and stuff like that. But
That reminds me of, since we do have the grid's still available, internet's still available, the online buy and sell, right? Here in North America, we got Kijiji. Here in Canada, there's also what's it called? Freecycle.org that is available for local areas, right? Where you can actually find quote unquote free things, right? It depends.
Sorry, say that again, Sia. You're starting to break up there.
Sorry. Here we have the online buy and sell or give away for free type of things, right? So here in North America, here in Canada, we have Kijiji. In the US, there's Craigslist. And then there's freecycle.org that's available for local areas too, that it's possible to get some items, right?
Yeah. We have.
I mean, it varies, right? So you might be able to.
We get free cycle here,
Yeah. You'd be surprised what you can attain, right? I mean, it depends what you need, but I mean, it's possible to gain something that you might be able to use it. You know.
Always look for pre-internet books. So pre-1993, 1994 books and manuals, because I find that the quality of information and how they're written is a lot better. I don't know, some books you find there's a big question mark hovering over them as to whether they've consulted the right sources through the internet, which could have been tainted. Especially books, old engineering type books and stuff like that, very, very useful.
What's it called? Popular Mechanics.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, that magazine's specifically really, really good as well. Like, there's a couple of them out there that have just some really, really good creative ideas too. I'm going to spend a bit of time with you, missus, and I'll catch you all a bit later. So
take care, GP. You're awesome. Tell her we say hi.
Bye.
Catch you later, Guardian. So I'll be another 10 minutes and I'll be shooting off as well. So it'll be my time.
No problem.
Don't worry, you still got me, everyone. Awkward silence.
Silence.
Yeah, silence.
Yeah, so, go back to key sort of things. Know your area, build up an image of what is out there, what resources you can go and get your timing right, go out in teams, get your skills, invest in your own sort of skill set as basic repair and maintenance skills, have the right knowledge and skills so you can identify problems early in the equipment you've got. I'll keep going back to generators, but that's a key, a key thing that everyone, take time to know how it works and stuff like that. I think a real one that springs to mind with me all the time will be batteries and vehicle batteries. And they are a quick and easy sort of thing to identify. You can all identify a vehicle. Just about every vehicle's got a battery in it. I suppose it becomes a bit more difficult when you've got a safety aspect of it as well. If you're trying to harvest anything from an electric vehicle, you've got to be wary because the voltages these things can hold could be potentially lethal. So
yeah, they are probably wired in a certain way, probably, so that can be really tricky to disconnect the batteries from the connections. You
get that wrong and it could potentially electrocute you. I mean,
yeah, you don't want to be shocked.
Those
no, you don't want to be powered up.
A lot of those EVs, they're not one big battery. Some people may think they are. There are a lot of little tiny, like 18650 type size batteries all connected up together.
Oh yeah. You actually see that in laptops too. It's not a solid battery. It's usually 18650 batteries joined together in series or in parallel.
Yeah, that's becoming quite a common thing with a lot of rechargeable devices, even like power banks and stuff like that. And yeah, it goes back to one of the reasons why I've got a soldering iron kit as well. Simple item, cheapest chips, and
yeah, I got one too.
The amount of things you can do and repair with a soldering iron kit is quite universal. So yeah, a good pair of solid tools, pliers, wire strippers, the tools to dismantle things, crowbars, a good socket set, good quality socket set, amount of good quality metal, spanners, adjustables, wrenches, mole grips, stuff like that.
Yeah, when you have the tools, the spare parts are more useful because you can actually separate things, right? Because when you don't have the tools.
Yeah, so for instance, if you're trying to harvest a load of wiring from a vehicle, for instance, or anywhere else in the electrical system, then you need your snips and your wire cutters and wire strippers to harvest it. Like I said, I made quite a good, efficient antenna, half-wave dipole out of just a power cord, and you know, strip out the outside sheath. Inside there, you got 3 cores, earth, live, and neutral, and they're good quality metal, and you can quite easily make an antenna out of those. You don't have to strip the wire off it because it's, you know, you can use the insulated bit. Just the ends need to be stripped and tinned. And there you go. You need some sort of center junction, or if you're going to do a quarter wave end fed or half wave end fed sloping wire or something like that, then you can still use use it as an effective antenna. But yeah, I mean, some things are harder to replicate. Fuses. I mean, you could use tin foil and nails, but that's not an effective fuse, really. So spare fuses and stuff like that.
Yep.
Saw blades is really tricky to replicate.
Yeah.
Well, you can if you're a good blacksmith and have the right tools, but most of us
Yeah.
can have that skills.
Exactly.
You guys can hear
yeah.
me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. One
No,
good,
no, losing connection randomly.
as I say, one good point the real Love Survival's brought up there is soil. That's a key point, actually, because there could be various scenarios where contamination of soil will be a key issue. If that happens,
Radiation,
post-nuclear event,
chemical, you know,
yeah,
that's in the
exactly.
air and settling out. So
if you know, you're talking about strontium-90 in the earth and stuff like that, half-life of God knows how many years, can't remember off the top of my head, then the ability to grow things will become a key issue. So where are you going to get the soil from? You know, so start looking at garden centres which have got bagged peat, bagged soil already there. Places where if the structure's still intact, you've got greenhouses that you can...
Places that have, or houses that have indoor plants for you.
Yeah, exactly. Harvest all those sort of stuff. So soil is a key one because, you know, like we all know, without the soil you can't grow anything unless you're going to do some sort of hydroponics system.
Well, in a scenario like that, the water would be even more valuable, right? Because if it's the soil's contaminated, the water is probably too, or at least the surface water.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know. I would want to do hydroponics, and you would need the power to run that system and all that stuff.
I mean, I've actually thought about, you know, as some sort of immediate action or pre-stored item is having soil in bags in case of a soil contaminated sort of event. But you weighing it up with the odds of likelihood of happening to the practicalities of storing soil and stuff like that. Is it feasible? You know, harvesting it from other places like garden centres is probably a better option.
Yeah, that's the soil is going to take up a lot of room.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of key resources out there, and there's a lot of things up for grabs, and anything. I think solar panels is quite a good, easily harvestable thing to get.
Oh, yeah. You might actually see that.
What's that? Sorry.
I was going to say you might even see that in a small scale too, right?
Yeah, I saw a post on X the other day, and it was showing a large, I think it was 7 acres worth of solar panels in Texas that had been destroyed by hailstones. So if you're in if you're in that sort of locality or whatever location you're in and your solar panel array gets damaged by hailstones, then that's it straight away. You're on the hunt for spare panels, basically. Where do you get them from? So again, down to identifying key locations beforehand, really.
And something like a multimeter might help, so you can actually tell that it actually does work.
Yeah, definitely multimeter.
Well, it goes the same with the batteries too, right? Because you have no idea the charge level on the battery unless you put it under load or have a multimeter to check the current. or
Yeah.
voltage, I should say.
I think with batteries, you need a proper battery load tester, like a battery discharger that gives you an accurate reading. Otherwise, you're getting it's not a reading on load. You like say.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe spare ways to charge said batteries, whatever they are.
Yeah. I mean, and then you could also go down the road of weapons as well. Where do you find spare parts from firearms? That's going to be really difficult to get. There's not many people, if any. Well, I'll rephrase that. There's not many people out there that can actually manufacture. How many armorers are there out there with the ability to actually make the raw components for spare parts? If you're talking about weapons, then you got to find armories. You could probably risk going onto an old disused military base and see the armory there and finding that, but it's going to be very, very hit and miss. And it's the vulnerability aspect as well. Is a firearm essential to life? No, not really. Not unless you're actually involved in some sort of attack. Then it's situational. Then so. Another one there. So, yeah. In Britain, military bases would be full of illegal immigrants. That's true. Yeah, Warren brings up a good point there. Mora, so a knife. My knife doesn't need a spare part until you snap it. Now, this is where your skills come into it, and if you've got the ability to forge things and make tools, then you're onto a winner straight away, because the basic tools, hammers, knives, saws. If you've got the skills to make spears, if you've got the tools to make those, then you're onto a big winner.
Yeah, because when you have tools, you can make more tools, and tools allow you to dismantle things.
Good enhancers. Daryl says my BK9 just needs ore. A bit Bocker BK9, is it? They're like tanks. They are. They're quite solid knives. They are.
Shannon says my slingshot won't run out of rocks.
My slingshot won't run out of rocks, but the elastic or bungee cord might snap and might deteriorate, especially if you leave it.
Yeah, those wear down.
So let's talk about that. So where can you get a spare bungee cord for your catapult or slingshot? So one place to get them from, you could go down to your local gym and go into the place where people warm up, and they've got the elastic bands and physio departments as well.
Oh, and you can find those at thrift stores or secondhand places for yard sales too, right? It's possible to find those.
Yeah.
You can use any tubing from a tire too.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you tried that? Have you tried that though? Is that actually worth?
I haven't tried it. No.
Yeah, so probably the exercise type of bands are probably the best option.
Yeah. Where else can you go to? Another key aspect to go to for spare parts and stuff like that would be old museums, local town museums and town agricultural museums have got old sort of farming tools in them. If people are going to start reverting back to farming, which they probably will when their resources start to run low, then those places are a good source of old stuff.
Yeah.
And you could even go to just about anywhere, literally anywhere, the side of a road, all the way through to a supermarket, and get plastics or stuff that you can melt down to make more stuff, And with plastics, you can use it to repair things and all sorts of stuff like that. Bus shelters have these big perspex panels. Well, they do over here anyway. You can use them as to replace windows that have been broken and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's many
and
places.
Usually they have a degree of impact resistance.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So
yeah,
something to keep in mind. All right.
I actually have got at least 10
At least 10, only 10, only 10. At least 10.
I've got at least 10 sheets of perspex from an old bus shelter that I've got stacked up in the bottom of the garden. And for one, they're easy to cut. You can cut them with a jigsaw. Two, they can replace windows, broken windows. You can replace the glass in your greenhouses and stuff like that, or you can make cold frames out of them as well. That's
Maybe your vehicle too. You know, at least it'd be a better patch job than just tape.
Yep, and also with quite something like a jigsaw, or you could actually cut them by hand. You could even make rudimentary makeshift shields and stuff like that for protection. So yeah, it just sitting in one place, looking out the window and looking at your surroundings. There's a whole host of things out there. People could even cannibalize and beg, borrow, and steal and stuff like that. All the way from the lampposts outside, for instance. Most lampposts here now are LED lampposts. They've got LED lights in there now. All the old orange incandescent lights have gone. They're all LED lampposts. I don't think they're as effective as the old ones. Definitely not. But it's a form of lighting and bulbs and
Yeah, we have LED lights in the lampposts here too.
Right. Obviously, there's a safety issue of how you're going to get it. You have a climb up lamppost, risk falling, or cutting the lamppost down by some.
Well, hopefully it's already down.
Yeah, it could already be down. Yep.
And of course, these would be last resort, right? You know, we're not saying go cut down the lamppost right now. No, last resort, right?
Is an actual LED bulb or a lamppost going to herald that much spare equipment for a critical item? Probably not. You could argue in there might be wiring in there you could use, but there's other sources more accessible probably that you can get wiring from.
Yeah. Justify the risk for the reward of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. That goes with all this stuff, right? In terms of finding stuff or whatever, right? Justify it, right? I mean, like, if it's just on the road, that's one thing. But if it's like, I got to do a lot of work here, is it worth it?
Yep. And weigh up the risks of you see a vehicle in the middle of the road, you go and try and harvest it, and it actually belongs to someone who's still alive, and they're thinking you're a looter or something, and you're immediately
right.
You're going to get attacked, possibly.
Yeah, they just went. Oh, my! I ran out of gas. I just walked down to the station, and they come back and see you. It's like, that's not good. All right.
Yeah.
If it's truly abandoned, then it's one thing. But
the Daryl says there, I bought some Gorilla grab adhesive today, and as well as actually identifying the spare parts that you need, you may have to have the actual parts to stick it, glue it, solder it, weld it back in place, connect it. Yeah, Gorilla grab adhesive. I find that's quite expensive stuff. It's good stuff, but expensive.
Gorilla brand is really expensive.
Yeah, I think when it comes to any grab adhesive, I've used that quite a bit from building vans, fitting out vans and boats and stuff like that. And the one I always go to is a thing called Stixall, Stixall. Comes in 3 colors. The black one's the best. It's a multi-use, multifunctional sealant and adhesive, super strong. It resists up to 220 odd degrees, goes down to minus something. Good all-round universal stuff. Say again?
Minus 50?
Something like that. Yeah, it's real good stuff. Stixall. It's quite cheap as well. When it comes to duct tape or gaffer tape, whatever you want to call it.
Cargo tape?
Say again?
Cargo tape.
Cargo tape. They they're in different grades as well. I think they come down to the amount of glue that's on them will determine how strong it is, how thick it is, and stuff like that. Gorilla Glue is really good. Gorilla Tape is really good stuff. There's other stuff out there, 3M, made in Germany. You get that quite cheap in Lidl and Aldi and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Easy to obtain right now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Some of that, so he says the glue cost me over £8. Yeah, it's about right for one of those tubes. They're probably about £10-ish. Britain. Most of those glues, the European ones, are mostly made by the same company. Sika, Sika, is sort of the universal company over in Britain, in Europe, that makes that sort of grabber and adhesive and sealant stuff. You get Sika Flex, you get Stixol, all sorts of stuff. I think the Gorilla brand is more of an American brand. That's why it costs a bit more, because they get the import stuff and all that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm. I always see glues and tapes as more temporary in comparison to, let's say, sewing or welding, which is definitely going to be a little bit stronger of a connection.
Yeah, it's definitely a budget sort of make-do temporary fix, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, because that stuff does wear down or degrade or can melt or get too cold, get too brittle, stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we repair a window and you haven't got...
Screws are probably... screws and an actual frame are probably going to be better than just tape, if you can.
Yeah, screws are super stuff because they can be reused over and over again.
Yeah.
And the actual... the tension and grab that they've got and the amount what you can secure with them is quite an unbelievable strength, really.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if people haven't got Perspex or anything like that, they can use plastic sheeting and stuff as well. And you can get that from quite a few places. Another universal item which can be used and employed in various aspects.
Mm-hmm.
I want to stick a Perspex plastic to metal. Right, so something like Stixol will do that. Let's have a look. Stixol from Toolstation. The black version. Yeah. Google Stixol, Daryl. You'll see it. Good stuff. Right, so I've got to shoot off.
Out.
Say again?
Bounce out.
Yeah, I've got to shoot off. But yeah, it's a very interesting subject. So, like with anything, people have got to identify the critical points now, come up with a plan, identify the place where you're going to get resources and store what you can, really. It's,
and know how things work or put together.
Know how things work. Got a generator, strip it down. You don't have to go down to the...
Maybe not necessarily on the first day, but
Yeah. Look at the manual. Every sort of manual should have a good explosive parts page.
You know what I also recommend if you're done disassemble something? It's, for the most part, it's easy to disassemble something. It's harder to put it back together. So if you have issues, take pictures, record video, right? Then that way you could be like, remember what goes where, right?
Yeah. A key thing is take a picture before, at least a picture.
Yeah.
Because you won't remember it. Like you say.
Well, because sometimes when you're reassembling something, it has to be in a certain order for it to actually get reassembled properly.
Yeah, exactly. Something.
And if you don't do it right, it won't work.
Even simple plastic studs, they're put in place and manufactured by a machine. And you just cannot get him back in properly without that machine. And some people have a tendency to take things apart and they're left with like 3 or 4 spare screws when they put it back together again. That'll be
a few screws glues.
Yeah, a couple of extra bolts, nuts and bolts.
Yeah.
So, right, I've got to shoot off. It's a good show.
Take care, PV.
Yeah, no worries.
To hear from you.
Yeah,
yeah, you take care.
Okay, so let's see Art, Shadow, see you in a bit.
Yeah.
Just
Catch
come
you
back.
later.
And Daryl.
And yes, I still have more to add to this.
Okay. Go on. Put
But
the things you want to
your
add.
show.
This.
This is your show. I want you to say something first. I gotta gather my thoughts.
Well, Darren Dobson's mentioned greenhouses. These need spare parts too, because you need spare parts for the frame. You need spare parts for the glass. You need to
Well, think for the most part, gear resources are consumable. They can break or wear down. So rust, hail damage, snow damage too, right? Because snow can actually be heavy enough to actually collapse, like a greenhouse or a high tunnel type of thing, right? It could be your tent, for example, right? That you're using in this scenario, hypothetical scenario, right? Those can break. I've seen it. I've seen that. I've seen frame tents bend under the pressure of wind. So, and stuff like that.
Yeah, that looks not. It's not a pretty sight.
Like well, this hasn't happened to me where I broke a pole off a tent. You know how hard it is to find an actual replacement? Because you have to look for a tent because I'm not saying you can't reproduce it, but it'd be very difficult. Just to get it the right size, the tension, and all that stuff, and be able to get it working again, right? I mean, like that'd just be a nightmare. Because for most people, they would just abandon it, right? Because it's not worth the effort. Because they can't have a way to per se repair it, and you can't have a tent without the frame part. You can repair the tent. There's pinholes, sparks hit it or whatever, or rip. Yeah, you can repair that but the frame itself, that's could be a little bit more tricky.
A little bit more. Yeah, that can be difficult, especially if it's if the frame is made of carbon fiber or aluminum.
Yeah, because usually they have the bungee shock cable elastic tension on the inside of the rods to hold it, right? So, because even trying to like re-pull it, ones that have pulled through, trying to pull them back out so you can do it again, that's difficult. I had to do that once at a campsite. That took me like 30 minutes to do.
Yeah, I bet it did.
But I figured out one way you could do that is if you have like thinner line, let's say bank line or fishing line, and then you use that to pull it. Because you're never gonna be able to. That's the only way.
Yeah.
Because you need other cordage to pull that cordage, and then as soon as you get it to the end, you make a knot, right? And then you untie your bank line, your fishing line off of it. So that's something I learned too. Because we were lucky that someone had some fishing line at that time. Because it was the only thing that could work.
Yeah, I agree.
If you had paracord, you can use the inner strands, for example. But I wasn't desperate enough to pull the inner strands out yet at that time. I'm like,
nah. If you have something else you can use, like fishing line, I would use that instead of my paracord.
Yeah. Because it's easier to thread.
Because the paracord is much more valuable than the fishing line. So
I'm specifically talking about monofilament line.
You can easily sacrifice your fishing line, but if you lose your paracord, it's not a good idea.
Yeah, because monofilament has more it's stiffer, so you can actually thread it easier. Because if you're using something like bank line, kite string, or inner strands of paracord, right, it has the tendency, if you're doing that, the tendency to clump out. So it's hard to push it through. So you need some sort of weight or something that'll want to
Yeah.
sink down into it. I think, you know, even something as a pin or something something heavy enough so it actually pulls it down, you know, or something you can use to draw it through whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to actually remember how I did it. Probably something like that. I'm trying to remember.
Nick
But
Miller says dental floss. Yeah, that works.
yeah, that might work too, actually. Understanding that kind of stuff.
Dental floss is pretty strong, actually, so that will work.
Well, for the thickness, I mean, I've tried this before with a dumbbell or an actual set weight. I find that it's strong for its thickness. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not. Dental floss is not as strong as an inner strand of paracord. Just because the thickness is different too, right? Because usually floss is fairly thin, right? And usually when
Yeah.
you have tension on something, it's gonna pull it apart. It just gets thinner and thinner until it breaks apart. So yeah. Hence
Okay,
that's why
people for the ages, take care, stay safe, stay vigilant,
take care.
and happy Easter. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. And we have Lady Sky in the house. Welcome, and happy Easter to you, my friend.
Hi, Lady Sky.
Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
I'm doing good. I hope you are doing okay too.
Yeah. I mean, Shadow, I try to keep some spare parts. I mean, you can only keep so much, like I said. Sometimes I just have to turn things down, but there are certain little things that are easy to store because they're small enough, thin enough, right? I can store a bunch of it and be fine. You know, but spare parts like motors and stuff like that, it's kind of bulky to store a lot of. For example, you know what I mean? Because in comparison to like, you know, screws and nails, right? They don't take up that much room, right? You can have a whole 1 square foot of it.
You can
would
buy
have plenty.
boxes of them.
Yeah, it's easy to obtain and stuff like that, right?
And you
It
can
doesn't take up
stack
that much
them
room.
easily. Because most of the boxes you get them in is easily stackable. So
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because I think we both wear glasses, right? I mean, like,
yeah,
I have actually recovered screws from our glasses or sunglasses just in case I have issues with my glasses. Because the thing is, it's rarely does it happen, but if you lose a screw in your glasses, yeah, you could tape it or use some sort of adhesive for it, but that's temporary. Because honestly, you know, you still want to be able to fold your glasses or whatever, right? And stuff like that. Tape or adhesive would be temporary. You know, you see that all the time, right? People have broken their glasses. What's the first thing they reach for? Tape. Everyone knows that, right? But it's temporary.
Yeah.
But if you actually had the screw that fits it, it'd be much better repair or fix, right? Because you're actually fixing it, not just repairing it or temporary fix.
When it comes to glasses, and it's most of the time this part you have a screw here, and that has a tendency to get loose, so you need to check it.
Yeah, if you're not checking it every so often.
When this screw get loose, because these will get loose and they get very sloppy, or whatever you want to call it, but wiggly.
Yeah.
So
it loosens out.
You need to tighten that screw, or otherwise you lose it.
Yeah. And that'd be quite hard to reproduce. That'd be. You can probably find it more likely you to use adhesive or tape. It'd be more obtainable as a repair. In the meantime,
Yeah.
because you see that in the real world, you see that on TV or on movies all the time, right? It's always the tape, right? But it's still a temporary fix, you know. I've had to use adhesive or tape before, obviously, stuff like that
Yeah.
for repair, but it's temporary, especially with the tape because it wears down or the adhesiveness wears down. You know, you're walking in the rain with it and stuff like that. So
Nick says my glasses have like ridges on the nose, tricky to replace.
oh, the nose part, yeah. My current glasses don't have that nose piece anymore, which I like because that was annoying. My old glasses and glasses I had before used to always have those. That was
Yeah.
annoying. Because if you don't have the nose piece, right, to guard it, then it hurts your nose because it digs into the skin.
Yeah.
Yeah, my current glasses don't have that guard.
Yeah, it
anymore.
happened to me once, and that was not fun.
Yeah, because you feel that because you're wearing it and it digs into your skin, and it's just like it just gets annoying, and it's just like, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, dear love survival. Thanks
Take
for
care,
stopping by. I appreciate it.
Nice to see
And
you
happy
again.
Easter. And God bless to you too, my friend.
Oh, you're quite welcome, Shannon. She's talking to us. I know she wrote that earlier.
Yeah.
Well, just stuff to keep in mind, right? For things that we've gone through because we actually have these items, like glasses, for example, right? It's nice to know that you have options still, right? Because, like I said, when you don't have options, then that kind of, I wouldn't say fear, but you kind of get, or nervousness, or you just kind of, well, I'll just insert the word worry because you don't have options. When you don't have options, then your back's in the corner. When you still have options, you still have a so-called fix or a temporary fix, right? Because when you don't have options, then
yeah. Okay, Shannon. Take care. Stay safe. Happy
take care,
Easter.
Shannon. All right.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. God bless.
Because that's actually what happens, right? When you don't have options, then you start getting worried. You know, you don't have the water shut off. You have another option. If you still have an option, you still have options. When you don't have options, you don't have options. Or like you know, that's outside the primary, right? So you have alternative contingency or emergency type of option. Hence why they use that acronym PACE.
Yeah.
Primary, alternative, contingency, emergency, right? Right. Because if you think about it, that's what actually happened during the TP thing during 2020. People didn't know about these or options. So they're doing whatever they can to grab TP, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember
I need to charge my head. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Well, I need to.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me, Shadow?
Yep.
Yeah,
loud and clear.
My head's dying. I need to charge it, so that means I gotta go back to the phone. But yeah, I mean, look at that TV thing. I know I mentioned it, but it's a real world. Always remember from history, right? The things that have happened, right?
Yeah.
Because it shows what people have done or will do or have done, right? So, I mean, because in the preparedness community and other communities, right, everyone's like, you know, like, I'm not going to spend like $40, $50 on a 4-pack of TV. Like some people try to sell it at, right? Price gouging, all that stuff, right? It's just like, no, those are options. You just got to look into it, right? And that wasn't even food or water, or life-saving medical
Yeah.
equipment or whatever, right? That was just that. So just imagine if other things actually start happening, right? Then it becomes worse, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that for first world nations, that was like one of the more current examples of, supply chain issues and all that stuff, where the demand is so skyrocketing high, but the demand's skyrocketing high, but the supply is like the same or very little, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
More prepared people were like, they knew our options, right? Bidets, even some direct community YouTubers out there were saying, I'm not gonna spend $50 on a 4-pack or a 4-pack, right? I might as well I'll just go buy a shirt from a thrift store and use that and then dispose of it. I can get this shirt for $2, right? Until I can get a supply of it again,
Yeah.
right? For example, right? Options like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Amongst other things that happened during that time. Let's see where we are. Okay. I gotta remember that you started later today. I gotta remember you started later today.
Not
Because
later.
usually we'd end it by now, but you started an hour later.
My time is 10:51
Yeah.
p.m. I run for 2 hours, 51 minutes, and 52 seconds.
Because I know next week it'll be back at the standard time again. So the usual time,
We changed this weekend.
Yeah, I understand.
We changed time this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know this is more about spare parts, but it's just, I always see it as not just spare parts. Obviously, vehicle parts, whatever, bicycle, whatever, tool parts and stuff like that, right? I get that. But, there's always having a degree of knowing how to get spares of other things that you need that are important too. Or an option to kind of put it together. And DIY it if you had to. Especially things that are hard to reproduce or are very important, as like water, food, right? And that's, or life-saving medical equipment, or way so you can move around, I guess, right? Transportation, convenience parts of it, right? Because in a scenario like this, because I think you wrote it as spare parts in an SHTF or whatever. I think that's how you titled it, right?
Yeah, how to find spare parts in
Because by nature you don't have to move. Go somewhere, wherever it is, and bring it back. Right.
Yeah.
So you could do it on foot, but some items might be really heavy that you need conveyance in terms of wheels, or let's say vehicle, bicycle, whatever. Something what GP was showing earlier about that motorcycle, whatever. It's sort of convenience or transportation, right? Because
I agree.
It would help. It would help anyways, right?
It would help a lot.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to carry something really heavy. Yeah, I don't think you're carrying that on your back. And I don't think you might. I mean, you might have to use 2 people to carry it, but I mean, that's one thing. But having these options to help it along, wheels could be a dolly card, something like that, right? That can help you along.
And Nick says, I also think you should test your preps. That should include repairing stuff. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah. Well, that goes back to one of the things I've been mentioning is like testing the stuff, right? If you just got something, try it out. You know, because
Yeah, but there
it
is
is
another
hard.
aspect of
Yeah.
it to test it is if you don't test it, you don't find any issues with it. But if you test it, you will find if there is any issues with your equipment. So
Yeah,
you
and then
need
you'll
to
be glad, right? Because
so you can repair it before it gets
because you've been more proactive, right?
nightmare.
Yeah. For example, here, right? I've mentioned the solar lights that I've had. I've actually had this happen twice now, right? Where brand new out of the box, I just pulled some sort of issue with with both times with the LEDs, right? I was just like, how come it's not charging all this stuff, right? Thinking I had tools like multimeter to check it, right? For example, this
Yeah,
4-pack with solar lights, 3 of them worked. They light up, charging all that stuff, right? The fourth one wasn't, right? With a multimeter,
yeah,
allowed me to check. Okay, the batteries are all working. Okay, this solar panel, the one that's not working, not lighting up, right? The solar panel works because I put it in the sun. I get a charge voltage out of it from the right. And I'm like, well, that only leaves one thing: the LEDs are not working on it. So I had to
yeah,
exchange it for a new one, right? If you didn't have the tools or didn't check it, you would not know that. Or if you just left it, it's like, oh, as a rainy day thing, you would not know about that, and then you got to repair it because it's outside that range of exchange or return policy, right? That time frame.
yeah.
So yeah. Hold on a sec. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. You found what you should get. Findings. A simple thing, can you replace your flashlight batteries in the dark, for example? Never tried that one before. I should test that sometimes. That would be a good exercise, by the way. Change batteries in the dark. That can be a little bit of a tricky thing to do, but it's not impossible. Everything is possible, more or less, anyway.
Yeah, I just read that comment. Yeah, because actually it's sunny outside, so I actually have the solar
Yeah,
charging.
yeah,
It was good that I found that out. Because if you think about it, right, you're buying this equipment or even scavenging it, right? You have no idea unless you actually test it and try it out. Especially if it's like a moving part or electrical, right? You don't know because
yeah,
you haven't seen it on or moving yet, right? Or operational, right? And stuff like that.
yeah, I agree.
It's like even as simple as a bike, right? It's like, well, until you actually ride it, right? You have no idea all the way because there could be issues with the brakes, and maybe the shifter for the transmission doesn't work, right? And stuff like that. You
Yeah,
wouldn't know until you actually do it. You know what I mean? So, or how
yeah,
sensitive the
I
brakes
know.
are and stuff like that. So, and like you said, let's see. Okay, solar lights.
Yeah,
See, that's on.
yeah. Yeah, it is on.
Yeah, so it's just one of those things. Ever since it happened the first time to me, I was just like, yeah, now I make sure now. Because this happened the second time to me already. About that kind of stuff, right? Because, like I said, if I was saving these for a rainy day, right? Let's just say, some Faraday cage, I put them in, then test them, right? And find out later it wasn't working. It doesn't really help me. It doesn't really help me, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because, like, let's say if I put it in a Faraday cage and something happened, whatever, right? I would probably just assume, oh, it got fried, right? Without knowing, without asking. But did it work before you tried? I didn't try it beforehand. So you can't be certain then. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you wouldn't
I
be
know
certain
what you
about
mean.
it. So, it's just one of those things. Ever since it happened to me, I'm like, yep, I'm gonna make sure things are working beforehand, and not assume. Right? You don't want to assume. Assumptions are not good. You get into trouble when you assume things.
Yeah, I agree with you about that one.
Right? Don't assume help's coming. Don't assume that it's working. All right? Test it out. Make sure it is. Right? See it for your own eyes. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Or else it's just a theory. In my books, unless you actually see it on working, tested it out, it's just a theory. In theory, it should work. Have you tried it? No. Well, then it's just a theory. Because you'll get into issues and trouble because you assumed it was working or test. It goes the same with flashlights too, right? Torches and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
And checking on that stuff too, right? Like if you go into your quote unquote go back form of a go back or whatever, right? And this is like you don't check on, let's see, outside the medication part of it and the consumables like water and food, right? The electronical stuff, right? Make sure it's like, yeah, it's still working, right? Just put in fresh batteries, turns on, you're good, all right? Now you can take them back out, all right? Make sure nothing actually happened randomly, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be in that situation where it's like, it was working the last time. Now I got to find spare parts for this or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Probably not.
That would be probably a little bit too late, I guess.
Well, because it would put more stress on you, right? Because you think your options, you think you have an option, and it's not working. It's just like it'll lower your morale because you're hopeful that from this, right? Your hopefulness, your morale is raising because you have an option, but for some reason it doesn't work, or
okay,
whatever.
Nick,
Right?
take care, stay safe. God
See
bless.
you, Nick.
Happy Easter.
Take care.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, hopefully my headset will have enough charge. Again.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is that my phone?
Yeah, it's always interesting if they have enough charge.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. I gotta remember. Sometimes I actually have to change the audio back to the headset. Manually do it, but okay. I don't want to walk away from the phone. It's like, but he can't hear me. I talked for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, talking for 20 minutes and nobody hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? It's just great. I just wasted my breath on that. But yeah.
Yeah.
So, about finding spare parts. This reminds me of a show that I saw back in, I'm trying to remember, the early part of last decade. So let's say 2012, 2013, maybe 2011.
Yeah.
It's called, there was only 2 seasons of it, right? I think I've mentioned this before. It's called The Colony. That's the name of the show. It aired on the Discovery Channel. I've actually seen both seasons, right? But this is a hypothetical, kind of real world control experiment, social experiment, where this is like an SHTF, grids down, people are displaced and all that stuff, and these people that participated, right, to simulate it, they all had to stay up for 36 hours straight, right, to represent fatigue and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Group members were randomly put together, right, and they had to scavenge off this area that they were supposedly in. So
Yeah.
that's where I learned about some of the air stuff and stuff like that. But on that show, for example, they had people that could fabricate stuff, right? They were scavenging batteries and stuff like that, being able to convert the battery energy into something that they use for a welder for fabrication, right? Because
Yeah.
stuff like that, they actually had to secure water, right? For example, all the cans that they had of food, all the labels were removed too, so to make it more challenging in terms of not knowing what the food is and stuff like that, and and stuff like that. So I found that was very interesting. I think you can actually see the episodes here on YouTube, I think, or some of them, right? If you haven't seen that. What was that other show you guys were mentioning earlier? Young Preparedness Veteran and the real you. I think I did screenshot it, but that show you guys were talking about junkyard or whatever.
No,
I screenshot it. Anyways, I want to take a look at that too.
Yeah, you probably screenshot it.
Yeah, I would probably like that. I would probably like that. Because I've seen similar shows like that where they had to rebuild somewhere, all right, with using what they have to get what they need. Using
You
basic.
mean Scrap Heap Challenge?
Yeah, that show. Yeah, I gotta
show.
screenshot that. No, because there's a lot you can learn from that.
Yeah.
From these /video/ TV shows or whatever, right? I have the series and all of those. You can learn to a certain degree, right? Obviously, you still have to apply it and experience it yourself and do it, but keeping an open mind about these things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they can really kind of how do I say, illustrate what happens in the real world. Because it can be very similar, right? Obviously, it's a social experiment or a show, right? So there's controlled variables, like, they can't leave an area or whatever. But like I said about the colony, I've seen this show before, right? And the first one was supposedly in LA, and the other one was out east in like Georgia or whatever, or the Carolinas and stuff like that. So, because they had to reproduce a water filter, right? Make the water clean, right? And stuff like that. Try to acquire food, right? Power, right? You guys were, this veteran was talking about the power, right?
Yeah.
These guys had a degree of knowledge about how things work, right? Oh, there's an alternator, right? And then, or solar panels or whatever, right? They knew how to connect them together. These random bits and pieces that are scattered are currently not in a useful state back into that are currently in a useless state back into a useful state. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, I gave you a sec. No problem.
You know what, Shadow? That thing happened again, like usual. Someone called me.
Yeah.
That always happens, and I told them that I was gonna be busy. It's Saturday. I'm like, I'm gonna tell them again. I'll be like, how I said yesterday, because I spoke to him. I was
Yeah.
gonna be on the live stream. Yeah, I'll be like, did you forget about that? Right. Anyways,
Yeah.
but going back to,
Anyways.
anyways, yeah. Actually, I think I might actually rewatch that season, that 2 seasons of the Colony, because it was a good show. I think Bob's seen it before. I think it was Bob. I think he's seen it before too. So it's good. It's a good kind of, how do I say, survival related, preparedness related type of show you can watch. You know, you can get some value out of it for what it is. You know,
Yeah.
because there's a lot, like I said, they had to reproduce water filters, get power, right? Assemble some form of society or normality in their lifestyle at that time, right? You know, because they also simulated like being attacked and bartering too, actually, because they had the barter
Yeah.
system in that too, right? So they had
Yeah.
to, or you see this, right? I mean, I'm not saying it would happen like that in the real world, but there is certain little things like the food, the water, the security, the power that in the real world you would still have to be concerned about to a certain degree, right? Because they're in a building that has to have lights, right? Well, they need to see at night. They need to see if someone's outside or whatever, right? Someone had to post security and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like I said about the spare parts, they had to look for spare parts around the metaphoric area, wherever at that time, right? Because Shadow, I've been thinking about this scenarios, well, hypothetical topic. If you think about it, let's say, look what happened in Maui, right? The fires that happened
Yeah.
there. Let's say the hurricanes that happened on the east coast of the U.S., Texas, and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
For the most part, you gotta use what you have, right? Because in
Yeah.
these real world scenarios that really did happen, things actually get displaced, destroyed, flooded out, burnt, right? Damaged,
Yeah.
right? And stuff like that. Like preparedness Richard said earlier, you want to get to these items before they deteriorate, right? Because some of these items, they had to reproduce, get something, right? And yes, in the real world, because it wasn't nationwide or whatever, yeah, aid does come. However, this aid doesn't come right away. Days, if not a week, right? Because it takes time.
Months.
Yeah, it takes time to gather, make the calls, get the connections, get the resources out there, the people out there, right? Wherever it is, right? Especially if it's remote, right? Because obviously
Yeah.
in Maui, everything has to be shipped or flown. Nothing's driven over, right? It takes time, right? The logistics of it, right? Everything's got to be
Yeah.
signed off as relief effort kind of thing, right? It takes time for that, right? So for the
Yeah. I
most
agree.
part, you're on your own for at least the 72-hour window of time, at least. Probably more too, right? So you don't have to
Probably
look at
more.
stuff. Well, it could be a tornado, right? These scenarios that really do happen, right? You're probably on your own for a little bit, right? Obviously a tornado that hits on the mainland, you'll probably get aid within a couple days, right? Obviously sooner than there will be first responders, but always think that everyone's busy, right? There's higher priorities of things compared to you, right? Just like at a hospital, right? Or emergency, high priority calls get taken care of first, right? Patients that
Yeah.
are
They
high
take.
priority get taken first, right? You got a broken leg. Well, this guy's having a heart attack, or whatever, bleeding out. That's more important,
They
right?
would. The priority number one will be to help those who need the help most. The
Yeah,
rest of
right.
us have to take care of ourselves for a
Well,
certain amount of
it's
time.
like
So,
how I said to Steve Horace before. about that one stream we had, right? They're going to prioritize probably the hospital, the water treatment plant, stuff like that first over the neighborhood, right? People in the neighborhood. You know what I mean? Because they need
Yeah.
that infrastructure back, right? So you'll probably be on your own for a little bit. So being able to, and let's just say you were prepared, or even not prepared, right? Even if you were prepared, you might still have losses. Not just people, but the gear itself, right? The resources necessary for life. In terms of, let's say, food, water, stuff like that, right? So you might actually have
Yeah.
to scavenge out there because you don't have a choice, right? Yeah, you have some supplies, but you realize, hey, I only have enough food for 5 days, enough water for 2 days, right? And look what's just happened. It looks like a disaster hit, right? For example, metaphorically speaking, hence you don't have to do something, right?
Yeah.
Because you'll have other people with you too, your family members or whatever, or people in your neighborhood, right? Maybe you're banding together for the common good, right? Well, more people means more things are consumed: food, power, water, right? You know, from having 3 days of water for one person, now I only have 1 day because now I have 3 people. You know, maybe it's your parents, sister, whatever, or siblings or whatever, relatives started with you, right? Just the nature of how it happened, right? You need to scavenge, gain some more resources, you know, or find those spare parts, whatever it is, right? Because I feel
Yeah.
like that's more realistically how it would happen, in my opinion, anyways. Right? I don't know if you agree with that. I think that would be how it would happen. People, especially with natural disasters, you know, there's a degree of people banding together, but there's also a degree of people trying to take advantage of the situation, and then there's a degree of people trying to find resources, right? Because
Yeah.
they're in need of something, right? You know, because I always assume, you know, if you have bottled water, you would let's play with this out. Shut up for a bit. You know, let's say it's a hurricane slash storm tornado. Okay, right? We know what happens when stuff like that happens: flooding, destruction, all that stuff, right? You know, you survived it or whatever. You didn't, right? You didn't bug out or whatever. You know, you shelter in
Yeah.
place, right? I always assume, because I've never been in one officially, right? But I would assume probably the first couple. I mean, yeah, you're gonna try to find your family members and all that stuff, get some information, yeah. But probably the next thing is probably gonna be the water shelter aspect of it, right? Because you know, because the the grid's down, probably gonna be down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the water infrastructure might be down. The water treatment might be down, right? Right? Yeah, you know, aid will probably come, but how long? All right. So I would probably, in terms of finding spare parts, I'd be trying to find water. You know, first, right? You know,
Yeah.
because you know you want to give yourself more time until there's a proper response, right? That you can't get that aid because you know that self rescue type of mentality of things, right? Not just sit back and twiddle your fingers or, you know, quote unquote cry about it, right? You need to do something about it, right? Yeah, it's gonna be, you know, demoralizing, you know, you lost a family member or a friend or whatever, but you know, you still gotta keep going. At least for them, right? That's how I would always try to think about it, right? You know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I would be trying to find water and food right away. If let's just say, you know, you had your get home, your quote unquote bug out bag or evacuation kit type of bag, but somehow it got separated from you, right? And it could happen. Could happen in these situations, right? You know, the flooding, the water, the winds, right? Blows it right off you. It carries the backpack just washed right off of you. You know,
Yeah.
which means that now you don't have supplies. You don't have that option, right? You planned it, but it didn't go according to plan. So now you're gonna kind of try to improvise it or wing it to a certain degree. You had a plan, but now you got to go to plan B, or in this case, plan Z, right? Because now you're in a desperate situation because now you don't have the resources like food and water, these elements, these things that you need to keep going, right?
Yeah.
So I hope that makes sense because I've been thinking about more and more like that in terms of situations like this, right? Where
Yeah.
you would need to find spare parts, right? Because that happens in lots of countries, right? You know, financial collapse or economic collapse doesn't happen everywhere. However, you know, the tornadoes, hurricanes, all this stuff does happen in a lot of places. Earthquakes, they happen in a lot of places. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I know.
for the most part, it's probably more likely to expect that in a given area. You know. Well, I always think to myself, I'm like, what would I do? You know, thinking about trying to be like we try to be proactive in terms of preparedness. You know, having something at home and things on you, right? Eat everyday care, EDC, right? You know, a bag ready to go, for example, right?
Yeah.
But if you get separated from that, then you don't have to do something. You don't have to scavenge, unfortunately. Because I
Yeah.
always see scavenging as a last resort. This is when you've already planned ahead, you've already geared up beforehand, you know, and all that stuff. But for some reason, you got separated from it for whatever the reason is, right? You
Yeah.
got separated from your gear, the resources, and now you got to use what's on the land, what you can see, all right, whatever it is, all right. You know, you got out of the rumble or whatever, someone rescued you, and you're just like, holy cow, all right. While you're trying to process all this, rationalize and process what had just happened, right? And you're just like, you know, I think that would be the time to jump into this next action in terms of preparedness. You got to do something about it. All right,
Yeah, I agree.
because
I
if you
agree.
don't, things could get worse. Right, all right. And if you're with other people, right, do it for them. You got your kids with
Yeah.
you, do it for them, right? That kind of mentality of, right, find that motivation to keep going, right, and realize because you don't probably in a situation like that, you probably don't want to freeze after the fact, aftermath of it,
Yeah.
right? You probably you want to start acting right away, right? Before things deteriorate or whatever, right? It could be as simple as like, let's say, an earthquake, right? Well, there's aftershocks, for example, right? You want to do something in that window if you can. Get to a safer area or whatever, get outside, you know, get out of the rubble, get out of the house kind of deal, right? So you want to be proactive like that, right? As much as possible.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
looking for the potential resources that you need to get out of the situation or make the situation better. Or as David Pearson from Really Big Monkey says, make things
Yeah.
better, not worse. That's what he says. Or that's what he
Yeah.
wrote anyways, right? Try to make the situation better. Yeah, we know everyone in that situation will know that it's a dire situation, you know. And you can't let that fear set in and steer you, right? You need to, you know,
You
mentally,
need to learn to control it.
yeah, you need to reroute that, put this negative energy into something constructive, positive again, all right? So, for whatever the situation is, I'm just using these specific examples because these happen in pretty much everywhere in the world to a certain degree, one or the other, or this or that. You know, there's if it's not fire, earthquake, flooding, storms, it's one of those that affect most people to a certain degree, right? You might not get storms, but it might be a fire. You know, you don't live on the coast to get a tsunami or hurricane, but you might live
Yeah.
inland where you get tornadoes. I get tornado. I know it's possible for me to get a tornado here because it's happened in the past, right?
Yeah, but
Luckily, it has
it's
happened.
not. That is pretty rare in Canada.
No, I know it's rare, but it has happened. So it's not out of the realm of
Yeah,
possibility.
it doesn't mean if it's rare, it doesn't mean
Yeah,
that it will not happen. So
yeah, it's just rare.
it's
You
just
you-
rare.
Yeah, if it's rare, then you just don't have time. Right. But then there's other things that are more likely to happen to, I mean, Florida, the Carolinas,
Yeah.
North, South Carolina, right? They're prone to the storms, the hurricanes, the storm surge, and the winds, right? So, I mean, if I lived out there, that'd be my priority. Out here, it's, for me, since I live inland, here in Canada, it's winter and the storms.
Yeah.
Right. Those are going to be more likely to happen. I mean, winter is always going to happen. But the storms, it can happen. I know it can. Because I've seen it.
Hey, Louis. It's the Marshmallow Man.
Hey,
Yeah,
Lewis. Hey,
hurricanes.
Lewis, why don't you join us? I would like Lewis to join us. He always joins guilds. Come and join us, Lewis.
Hurricanes.
I would like
have
to hear
been
from him.
here before. Yeah, hurricanes are
Well, I know the
probably
tornadoes can
more
happen in
common.
Ontario.
It's probably more common than tornadoes, but we have
Yeah, 'cause
hurricanes here in Sweden too. So,
it just depends how far
But-
in.
but we don't have tornadoes.
Well, and you're lucky on that for right? But one way or another, it's either the storms, such as hurricanes, the flooding, storm surge, flooding, whatever, the fires, or the earthquakes, and maybe landslides or mudslides. Right? It's always one of those five that affect someone, one way or another. Right?
Yeah, landslides and mudslides.
Yeah, because usually that's
here.
because of flooding
Yeah,
or heavy rains, right? So storms, it's the storms, the fires, the earthquakes, right? Those things affect pretty much everyone to a certain degree. To a certain degree. Let me say, to a certain degree, right? You know,
yeah. All the water soften up the soil and
yeah, exactly.
it loosen up to a certain point, and then it
Yeah.
begins to move. So
All right. Because, as their title says in an SHTF, well, let's just say hypothetically it's from a storm, earthquake, right? And then, all right, I'm trying to think like that, just because these things can actually happen. It's probably more likely, right? The economic collapse, this other stuff, yeah, it's possible, but probably more likely to see the natural disaster occur in a given time to a given person or to a given area, right? The storms and stuff like that, snow, whatever, snow, rain, hail, whatever. So, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Michelle?
yeah, and
Because I think you would have to do something about it.
yeah. But I know in US, and I don't know if it happens in Canada, but in US it's very possible. It's a huge possibility that the hails are in the size of a baseball.
Yeah, that'll do major damage to
Yeah,
the infrastructure. Oh, when I say storms, it could be freezing rain. Freezing rain has
Yeah.
knocked down.
yeah,
I think
freezing
Lou-
rain.
I think
We have
Lewis
that
was
here.
no. There was a freezing rain thing out in Quebec back in '89, I think, right? It
Hey,
shut down.
Lewis.
Hey, Lewis. Here. But it did happen here, right? So when I
Yeah.
say storms, I mean that kind of stuff, right? It doesn't necessarily mean rain or hail, but it could be freezing rain, snow.
Yeah, freezing
Second.
rain. That is pretty common here.
That'll slow down an area
It's not
to
fun.
a standstill, right? Because power lines fall, trees fall, right? Everywhere's slick, right? So it's hard to move around too,
Yeah,
right? Because I would hate to have to, let alone try to buy supplies, let alone trying to scavenge the supplies in a scenario like that, right? Because driving would be hazardous, right? hopefully you would have like gear like ice cleats and stuff like that to help you out, studded tires and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You there, Lewis?
Yeah.
Welcome. I'm glad. You know what, Lewis? I'm actually glad I finally get a chance to talk with you here, for once. For once, you always hear me or I hear you, so it's nice to actually be able to converse in real time with you. Yeah. So, Lewis, do you remember that ice storm that happened in Quebec? I was very young at that time. I know stories about it. I think that was back in 89 or something like that. I think that was it Montreal or Quebec City? I think it was one of the two.
I barely remember.
Yeah. I mean, you know of it, but I mean, like you don't have any actual real world seeing it back then. You just hear it from the news every so often, or
Yeah,
yeah.
I've been through an ice storm up here, and it.
Yeah.
Not that it was bad, but for some people it was bad. Some trees went into houses, power lines were down.
Yeah.
We were out without power for 3 or 4 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's
3 or
very
4
difficult to
days,
get
pretty
around.
long time.
Oh, it wasn't easy. I was driving on a 4-wheeler going out and cutting down trees, right? So it was slippery, but I could still get around.
But obviously, it's not a sunny day. It's not a sunny day, right? You're still driving slower, a little bit more careful, right?
Yeah, it was the aftermath that was the worst because some of the places like homes, picking out trees out of homes, or we're dealing with hydro. You know, it was a mess, right? Like I said, the worst of it was no power for 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
And the side roads were not bad, but they were taken care of.
You had to be careful.
Main roads.
Yeah, you had to be careful. Still, you didn't want to, randomly get hit by trees.
Unless you had to go out for about 2 days, I wouldn't have bothered with it.
Yeah, everyone just sheltered the place instead. Looked in.
Well, just wait for everything to melt, right? That's about it.
Yeah. All right. You're just waiting for that time to pass. All right. This aftermath to pass. Yeah.
Better cash, yeah.
Yeah. Because if you didn't have spare parts, go back to the topic, right? You'd be like, let's say even tape to repair the roof, a tarp, right? Spare parts like that, right?
Yeah.
Common things that are traditionally used for camping, or a lot of campers that camp a lot, they tend to have tarps a lot, right? And stuff like that. If you're a painter or whatever, you might have drop cloth sheets and stuff like that.
Yeah, like I think the hardware places were open, but they're taking cash.
Yeah, and again, it comes back to having those backup options, not just a card. Having some cash on hand so you can actually do that stuff. Right? Because there might be spare things out there, but you have to purchase it with something, right? And you don't have anything to barter with, or they're only accepting cash. Well, you don't need that currency. All right.
Even at that, when it happened, we were still dealing with cash, right? So, or plastic. Right, it's still hard to go when you got a power failure going on and there's no debit card machine, right? What do you do?
Yeah, because then you'll get more desperate. And look what happens when people get desperate. They do things that they don't normally or traditionally do.
Exactly.
Because it's because they're in quote unquote survival mode, right?
Yeah. Oh my God.
In survival mode, you'll do things that you traditionally don't do. Or when you do.
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
Oh my God mode.
Yeah, exactly. Right, you're in that OMG mode now.
Right. What do I do?
Yeah, I think being proactive, you have not only the plan and the gear in advance, so it gives you, but you ultimately have the knowledge, the skills, and experience, right? So you kind of don't freeze on the spot. You're still acting. You're still trying to be proactive, trying to do something to improve the situation, as dire as it looks at that time for you, right? You still have to, especially if you live alone, you're the only one able to do something, right? Or let's say you got to take care of pets, family members, elderly kids, or whatever, right? You're gonna pull up the pants and be an adult or whatever, right? And do something, right? Because they're probably looking for you for leadership to do something about it, right? For answers, right? It would be nice to actually have some answers or some options in this case of something to do, right? Instead of just twiddling your thumbs and not doing anything, right?
No, sometimes the only thing is just to sit there and twiddle your thumbs because you can't do anything about it. And you got to pay somebody to do it, right? Like, I remember that ice storm.
True.
One of the places I went to, the tree was actually in their upstairs, went through the roof, and they couldn't do a thing about it. They were an elderly couple, right? Like, I felt bad.
Yeah, I can understand, I can understand that.
They had the money to deal with it and then some. So it was just deal with it, right? Like,
yeah.
Sometimes that's the only thing you can do, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
And then the insurance, right? And then the contractor's got to come in and everything else, right?
Yeah, the building or home has to be inspected all the way through.
Yeah.
Right. Just in case it affected the power, the water, and all this other stuff. Natural gas, if it's in there, right? Because obviously they got to make sure the scene or the area is safe in the first place to do work at, right? Worksite safety, right? Because obviously they don't want people getting hurt trying to help people out, and stuff like that. I think this is why they always say, shelter in place or stay at home, right? Don't go out in the storm, right? Because if you get in trouble now, that means first responders have to respond to you instead of someone else, potentially.
Oh yeah, sometimes you can. I don't know where if they close down roads where you live, CR, but I live out in the country and they do close roads down, and the cops will arrest you if they're sitting out on the road. To block it off. They'll tell you to go home, and if you don't, you get arrested.
Yeah. Another reason to be more proactive and prepared, right? So you don't actually have to go through that at all. Or at least minimize that.
Yeah, it's the whiteouts coming across from the farmers' fields. There's nothing you can do about it. And some of the roads up here, they're your 2 road highways, and you can't see out past your car. And just an accident just waiting to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Just,
Yeah, like up here, like where I live, I don't know about you, CR, or you there, Swede, but people end up in the ditch and end up dead sometimes, Plow comes by and just nails them because they're buried underneath
and that's well, because they're pushing like tons of snow. That'll push the car over. That'll do a lot. And there's real world examples of that happening to people too, if I remember right. All right. I think a famous movie star actor, it happened to them, if I remember right. I think Gil mentioned this before about this story. I think that happened to someone famous. The snowplow, the snow itself, right? I think. Sometimes it's better to be not on the road, right? For your own safety and for other people's safety and all that stuff. Knowing when to be doing something and not doing something. Shadow, this is where you chime in and say a couple things.
I was thinking about water filtration. Yeah. Well, a water filter lasts for a certain amount of time, right?
Yeah. And the dirtier the water is,
Yeah, and it depends on how often you use it as well.
The clarity of the water that you're actually using in the
That
first place.
too.
Right.
I was thinking about active charcoal. If you stock
mean-
up on that, you can make your own water filter through that. So you
At least
and I know
pre-filter the
some-
water more. Well, let's just say you have something more a commercial type of filter, right? Then yeah, whatever. There's plenty, right? Even if you did have that, you could be extending the life of your good filter, your commercial filter. You know, that's really good. You know, by pre-filtering the water beforehand, so it doesn't actually have to filter that gunk
Yeah.
out first, right? Because
Yeah, that works.
it
too.
doesn't matter which filter you have, right? Eventually, it can clog, and the life expectancy or how much it can filter is usually determined by the clarity. The dirtier it is, the more particulates in it, the more it has to filter, the less lifespan you have. Just because it starts to get clogged, right? Yeah, you can wash it out, backwash it, all that stuff to help, but pre-filtering might help too. All right, it'll take a little bit more time because you're pre-filtering it, but you'll extend the life of your actual good filter, right? Especially if the scenario or situation is more longer term, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you can only go a couple days without water, right? So if this situation is really dire,
If you got I don't want to say a relative clean water source, but you got a relatively clean water source, a simple shirt, like a sweatshirt, and a 5-gallon bucket. Filter it through that a few times.
Yeah.
And then boil it.
Yeah.
But it's gotta be, it can't be muddy water, right? Because you'll be there forever just filtering it.
Yeah. Because when I'm looking at this spare parts scenario here, I'm always thinking, yeah, power if you use medical equipment like a CPAP, but insecurity is probably don't be boring and a form of shelter. But in transportation, but the water thing, you need that within a couple of days. All right, water equals life. Without it, you're done. No one's gonna be able, right?
Usually I got 5-gallon pails of drinking water and maybe like 6 or 7 5-gallon pails of toilet water, dishwater,
gray water.
stuff like that.
type of gray water that at least you don't have to use your clean drinking water for yet.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I'm a big proponent of that too. Just because, you know, you don't want to be hypothetically flushing with clean water if you don't have to. Because that'd be a waste of water because that's clean water that you're not drinking.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, that's important too. Yeah. Like I said, if you look at...
Plus, I got a couple of water sources right nearby me that are relatively, like, they're streams, so it's relatively clean water. The worst, like I said, the worst I got to do is run it through a shirt or a sweatshirt a few times just to filter it, right? Like, anything, just precautionary, right?
Boiling it, that's a precaution, right? Because you actually...
Yeah, I was about to say that, boiling it, right? And then if you want, you can refilter it through a clean, like you got your pre-filter stuff, right? Then you boil it and you filter it again.
Yeah. Because like I said, I'm a very big proponent of pre-filtering whenever possible. Yes, it's going to take a little bit more time because obviously it takes time to filter water regardless. But depending on the situation, if it's long term or long, like days and days or weeks and weeks, right? You may want to consider that, right? Because if you commercial real filter, whatever it is, we could go Sawyer, Lystra, Berkeley, whatever, all these brands out there, right? B3, Catadine or whatever, right? Eventually they may clog.
Then that's when I'd be doing the old charcoal and sand and...
Yeah, because you realize that water equals life. If you And besides, you want to extend the life of your good filter as long as possible, especially if the situation looks like it's going to linger around for a longer period of time. You know,
Guys,
let's just say
I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back.
all this water talk, right? He's like, we're talking about water, and he's like, I gotta go. But yeah. Yeah, Lewis, that's why I'm a big proponent of like I said, pre-filtering, right? Even in one of my last videos, I showed up pre-filtering it just to see, and it added to the video anyways. But I've been looking at stuff like this more and more because water equals life, right? Without it, we're done. Nothing survives long without that. So you go a little longer without food, but a couple days without water, that's it, right?
Yeah,
And besides,
physically, we can go without food for like 3 weeks or something like that.
let's just say up to. But I think after a couple days, a week, it's not gonna start hurting.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. A couple days tops, then it's like you're just itching for a meal.
Yeah, you're gonna feel that hunger pain really hard, all right? But water, even in the heat, especially in the heat, in a couple a day or two, you'll start having dehydration, headaches, heat exhaustion, and all that stuff. Headaches, it'll start to affect you. It'll hurt. All right. I've never had major, serious form. I've had on a small, minor scale, but even that, I was just like, man, my head's hurting and all that stuff. I'm like, yep. Because as soon as I drank some water after, I was like, oh, right, back to normal, right? But before that, I was just like, oh, this must be this kind of heat exhaustion or dehydration headache that people talk about. Right? I kind of experienced it, minorly, right? It was a major, don't get me wrong, but just how that felt itself, right? So I can imagine if it was major heat exhaustion or major dehydration, right? I'd be like, your head would probably be throbbing like crazy.
We'd be going to the hospital if it was major.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I've seen the shows, Survivor Man, all these other shows, right? They talk about dehydration parts, right? And the headache, but to experience it, at least on a minor scale, it just gives you a sense of understanding how that feels like, right? And if you start feeling that way, try to find some water, right? Because you probably need it.
Yeah, water. Drink it slowly.
It's telling your body. Yeah.
Happens, you drink it slowly. Try to go to get into the bathtub, and just sit in the bathtub for a while, because your skin will absorb the water.
This is why even in the movies or TV shows, they always show it as sip it, don't go too fast. They say that too, right? I was just like, I guess that's actually true, right? And slow, because you're not used to, you've been without it for so long that if you consume it too fast, you might throw it back up or whatever.
Yeah, that's what'll happen. They'll throw it back right up.
Yeah, because that reminds me how when you're really, really cold, it actually takes longer to warm back up. The longer you've been cold, the longer it takes to warm back up. So I guess for water and food, the longer you've been without it, the longer it takes to kind of digest it, metaphorically speaking, or consume it again, because your system's not used to this influx of water back in the system or food in your tummy, right? And your tummy's like small like a walnut. your tummy, right? You're not used to it, and the last thing you want to do is throw it back up, right? This precious water or food, So I'll definitely have to remember that. If it ever came to that, I'll be like, yeah, I better sip this. Hopefully I remember that. Or for anyone else that's with me or anyone else out there, right? To remember that kind of stuff. And this is where Shadow, you chime back in.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh yeah. By the way, he's back.
Of course, I am back. I didn't stuck in the
Talking more
bathroom.
about that water. Well, obviously you heard the last little bit, but yeah, I think this is why doing a little bit more. Like Louis, I know you've been storing some water and stuff like that. I've been storing a little bit more too. I know Shadow, you've been still doing that too, right?
Yeah.
And besides, you can't have coffee without water. Anyways, so I always say
agree with that.
I'm just storing this water so I can have coffee, just in case. Right? That's what I always
Well,
say.
you can't make tea without water either. So
Yeah, it's stuff like that, right? So, because you don't get the morale boosting effects of tea and coffee without the water aspect of it, right? Or soup or whatever, right? So, and without it, we're done. We're done. Because I always look at whenever I watch shows or whatever, I always look how they address the water issue in time. Because sometimes I'll watch shows and they address it right away. I'm like, I actually tend to enjoy those a lot more because it's more realistic, right? Not this kind of. It seems like days have gone by, they don't address the water thing at all, right? For where our shows, I'm like, they show it in first couple episodes right away, or the second episode or whatever. They address it right away. And like, it seems more realistic. Like you can learn something from it, right? It's like, oh yeah, water is important, or hygiene or sanitary, right?
yeah.
It's gonna be important in time. Because like I said, that when I don't see the water thing, I'm like, it just doesn't seem as realistic. Because in the real world, water is gonna be important, no matter what. I don't know how long you're planning to go for, but I will only be here for another till the top hour. I got a return call and charge up my
Well,
phone and take
well,
a photo.
I'm going for only. It's I've been on for 3:52, so I'm going for 4 hours.
Yeah, so top of the hour. Well, because I know Gil's on live at the top of the next hour. In about an hour, he's doing. I think O'Brien is Greyman channel this time around. I'm trying to remember the topic name, but I do want to join that. But
So
yeah,
a couple of more minutes at least, and I believe it's 8 minutes.
yeah. Hey, Lewis.
Yeah.
Stick around after on the backstage. I want to talk to you for a moment. There's something else I want to mention off camera. Well, outside the stream. Me and Shadow do this all the time for like about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's more less structured, a little bit more open. So, and besides, I want to mention something to you. That's all. That's all. It's only going to be about 5-10 minutes at the most. We don't need to do it.
I already got next week's streams topic up already, so that's nice.
Yeah, and it'll be on at the usual time, about 5 hours.
That's the usual time. I'm always on the usual time. So next week's topic is why write logbooks and journals in an SHTF situation. That's the next week's topic.
Yeah.
But that is something we discuss next week.
And yes, everyone. See, I'll bring it up. Water filter.
Yeah, Mini Sawyer.
Yep, it is. Of course. Right.
That is really good filters.
Literally life-saving equipment. Literally. Literally our filters can be life-saving equipment.
Yeah, and they are affordable. too.
Yeah, relatively affordable and stuff like that. Easy to
Compared
grab.
to Katadyn, they are really expensive.
Yeah, because in my
How long do
opinion,
the filters last in
Yep.
How long the filters last in that thing?
Well, like I said, they're how much they can filter is usually based on clear water, right? The dirtier it is, the muddier it is, the more contaminants there are, the more it has to filter out. The lifespan decreases just because it gets clogged from all that debris, whatever it is, right? So I think this is why they always say try to source out the clearest, cleanest water you can for filtering, right? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, Vanessa, welcome back.
Hey, Vanessa's back. Cool. Yeah. So it's one of those things. I've actually been considering on adding a pre-filter to that, just case in a scenario that's, extend the life of the filter as long as possible, right? Get the most bang for the buck out of it. I don't want to prematurely clog it if I don't have to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's stuff like that. Because it doesn't usually matter which type of filter to do. In time, the filters need to be changed. Even stuff like reverse osmosis and and all that stuff. In time, they need to change those out too. Right? Doesn't matter if it's Berkeley or whatever, right? In time, you still need to change out the filter, right? That's why I'm a big proponent of pre-filtering as much as possible, because you don't want to, right? Because in time, you may actually have to use quote-unquote muddy water, or kind of more dirty or turbulent water, right? It's not going to be clear from a stream, a river, rainwater, for example, right? It might be groundwater. You have to get it because the nature of the situation, right? It would be nice to extend the filter as much as possible, if you can, right?
Yeah, whether you got
more. Yeah,
whether
go ahead.
Whether you got a pre-filter on, if you even if you got a pre-filter, that first filter is going to need to be changed just to save the second filter.
Yeah. Right.
Good point, Vanessa.
You know what, Vanessa? I've actually broke the crank ones off one. Like a dumbass. I can't believe, because the way I cranked it, I twisted it by accident when I was trying to doing it. I was just like, oh, great! I just snapped it.
Yeah.
The only way you can actually still keep spinning it is with pliers, but that's the only option I saw. To actually repair that or fix that is more challenging, because it's a piece of plastic usually that's connected, right? Because you can try to tape it or glue it. It's not gonna be the same. It probably still won't work because there's too much torque from the spinning.
The problem is
it's
when you do it together, that will be a weak point.
Yeah, and remember, there's torque from spinning, right? So you're always pushing it around, right? It might still give out. So the only way I found out to still crank it is to use pliers to manually turn it still. If it came down to that, right? Vice grips or pliers or whatever, right? You still might be able to pull something off in a situation like that, if that happened, right? And hopefully I didn't miss anything. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I can actually. I might actually still have it. Actually. I might actually still have that hang crank. I don't know if I think I'll put it in the closet. It's not my primary anymore. I've gone and I found it right here, guys. I'll show you guys right here. I'm not even joking about this. I'll show you guys right here.
Yeah.
Not even joking. Hold on. Let me show you guys right here. It's seen better days. It's been in my closet. But look,
Yeah.
broken, right? The only way to crank this is to put pliers into it. I still haven't figured out a way to attach something yet. But yeah,
Okay, Nancy.
remind me of
Thanks
it,
for
Vanessa.
stopping by and happy Easter and stay safe. God bless.
Oh, I didn't
Stay
know. I didn't know
vigilant.
Nancy was here.
She has
I didn't even
been
know
for a
her.
while. She is listening. Thanks for stopping by, Nancy.
Right.
I appreciate it.
What? Yeah. Like I said, I would have to use pliers to spin the crank, but okay. Yeah. Technically, it still works, but get right, and without the power going in from the hand cranking, right? Yeah. Yeah. So those hand cranks, anyone that uses them, you gotta be very careful. You don't do it at that weird angle, and break the handle off because, yeah, it sucks. It sucks. Hey, you know what, Shadow? Maybe I should use this for spare parts now. Now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Maybe I should use it for spare parts. I don't know, man. Maybe
Probably.
like preparing this veteran said earlier, disassemble it, maybe learn something about it. I don't know, because it seems like I could try to fix it. I just haven't figured out exactly how to. I know it's possible. I know it's possible because it's a clean break, but
Yeah,
and I think I might have
everything is possible. It's just you need to figure out how to do it.
yeah. And will it actually work as good? Right. So I think it's that time. It's the top of the hour now.
Yeah, I think we wrap things up now, guys.
Like always, we always appreciate you inviting us. Like always.
Yeah, you're always welcome up here on my panel. No problem.
Well, that's because
It's
I'm the
always
co-host
fun.
after preparing this veteran leaves.
Yeah.
That's it, right? That's it.
Exactly. So thank you guys for stopping by, and I appreciate that. And I will see you next week
Take care, everyone.
on Saturday, same channel, same time. And as I said, the topic will be why write logbooks and journals in a Shtf scenario.
Mhm.
That will be an interesting topic too. So have a wonderful weekend and happy Easter. Take care, stay safe, stay vigilant. God bless.
Stay proactive.
And we are out.